I'm dying to ask, Charlene. We've talked about goats. We've talked about pigs.
Yeah.
Talked about dogs. I want to know, do you have Petunia in your home yet?
No.
When is he or she coming?
I was supposed to
I think
have
so.
her already. I
I
contacted
think so.
the other day, and I guess 3 mamas are due soon.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm like 16th on the waiting list right now.
Oh, are you serious? Really? There's such a demand. Okay.
And now the farm has moved to even like further south, so now I have to travel.
And so can I ask, is that included with the cost of adopting your baby, or do you have to pay it separately?
Well, if I was out of state, they'd have to pay for the airfare, but they're in Southern California.
Oh,
But
okay.
they're only in Norco. Now they moved to, I
Because
think, Fallbrook.
oh, so it's not, well, it's about like an hour farther.
Yeah, so no big deal.
Okay. And so
Oh,
what do
You
you
guys
need?
will know because I'll bring her.
Okay. Okay. That's so funny. That's hilarious. I just want to know if that's just, we're going to see if that's going to turn out to be a lap piggy.
Oh, it is.
That's hilarious. Okay.
The
You notice-
coworkers are excited too.
The who?
Andre, could you turn that? My coworkers, because I tell them we'll bring them in and babysit.
Oh my goodness. Do they have to have CPR training to babysit?
So I'll have training on the list.
Too funny. Oh my goodness. All right. So I don't know. We haven't heard from Member Becerra or Mayor Pro Tem Irving about their escapades with animals.
Nope.
No, I don't have any. I
You
have
do.
dogs,
We have
period.
dogs. Well, they're animals. They're
Yeah, I'm
animals.
backwards. When did it happen?
It looks that way, but to us, Member Becerra, your Victorville logo is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mine looks backwards too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, hold on just a second. I'll be right back.
I know.
Whoa. Wow, that's weird.
Okay, I'm back on. Looks like we have just a couple more minutes.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
It's okay. I'm back on. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, is everyone ready? It's 5 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, good evening. Today is Tuesday, January. Yes. Who's that?
I think that was feedback.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Are we good? All right, let's start again. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, January 19, 2021. The time is 5 p.m. The regular meeting of the following will come to order. The City Council of Victorville and the same council also sitting as the Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, Victorville Joint Powers Financing Authority, Victorville Water District, and the City as Housing Assets successor. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra,
Here.
Councilmember Gomez,
Present.
Councilmember Ramirez, Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. A quorum has been established. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak before we go into closed session?
At this time, I do not have any hands raised.
All right, thank you. With that said, we're moving on to the declaration of closed session items. Mr. D. Portnowski. You're muted.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We have 4 items this
Can
evening.
you hold on one moment? I'm hearing a lot of feedback, so can anyone not speaking make sure that they're muting their microphone and see if that helps?
Okay, can we try it now? Is that better?
Yes.
All right, we have 4 items this evening for closed session discussion. The first is real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. The property location and the negotiating parties are fully set forth on the agenda. The other three items are all existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1. And with respect to items B and C, we are not providing information since disclosure at this time could disrupt potential settlement discussions. With respect to item D, it is conference regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.D1, and that is the case name Blanca Gomez Unemployment Insurance Claim Appeal, and the case number is set forth on the agenda. To the extent there is reportable action on any of these items, we will report it either at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement of the regular 6 o'clock session.
Thank you. All right, with those declarations,
Excuse me, I would like to speak as a member of the
Councilmember-
public for closed item.
Councilmember Gomez, we've already moved beyond public comments. So if you'll kindly mute your thing, we're getting your microphone, we're getting feedback. So declarations having already been made, we are in recess to close session. We will resume at 6 p.m.
At this time, it will be a few minutes when we go into the closed session room.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, are we ready?
We are missing Councilmember Gomez.
Okay.
I'm just gonna see if has rejoined the meeting. Councilmember Gomez, are you on?
Okay, well, we do have a quorum and it's after 6, so we're going to go ahead and proceed. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, January 19, 2021. The time is 6:02 p.m. We are resuming the open session of our regular meeting, the following of which will come to order. The City Council of Victorville and the same council also sitting as the Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, Victorville Joint Powers Financing Authority, Victorville Water District, and the city as housing assets successor. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra,
Here.
Councilmember Gomez, Councilmember Ramirez, Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here.
Okay, well, if you don't allow me to unmute myself, I'm not able to call
Member
roll.
Gomez, do
And
you wish to say that you're here?
no, I wish to say more than that because I
Member
have
Gomez,
2
you're out of order for
phones.
we're calling the roll.
And because I was kicked out,
Member
because I'm
Gomez,
kicked out,
you're
I'm not
out of
allowed to
order.
do my
Member
first phone.
Gomez, you're out of order and
So
will
I think you should
suspend.
help me fix it.
Madam Clerk, will you kindly mute the member?
Yes.
You're not letting me participate.
Thank you. So just to be very clear, Member Gomez was out of order because she was speaking not as to where we were on the agenda. We were calling the roll, and that's what she could have spoken to. So at this point, the mayor will allow her to bring herself to order. Kindly restore audio so that we can take her vote as to whether she's present.
Like I said, I have 2 phones. I try to enter
Member
on
Gomez,
one phone and I'm not
Member
able to.
Gomez is out of order and will suspend at this point. We're calling the roll. Do you wish to say whether you're present?
I'm telling you what's happening. I can't use 3
Member
phones to
Gomez is out of
communicate.
order and will suspend. We're having no issues whatsoever with your audio. So at this point, we're going to mute you because you're refusing to bring yourself to order. Madam Clerk, kindly keep the member muted until it's ordered restored by the chair. Okay, so we have established a quorum. At this point, Mr. Dbortnowski, do you have any announcements that are reportable from closed session?
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We had 4 items this evening. One was conference with property negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. The property information and negotiating parties are set forth on the agenda. We also had 3 existing litigation items pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1. With respect to items B and C, the information pertaining thereto would have jeopardized existing settlement discussions. With respect to item D, the information pertaining to that is set forth on the agenda. At this time, there is no reportable action with respect to any of those items.
I have a point of privilege.
Thank you. Member Gomez is recognized to assert a point of privilege.
Yeah, so I'm trying to join in on my functioning phone, but because I was kicked out of the closed session meeting, it says that I can no longer access it, so I had to get a secondary phone. So if you would kindly tell staff to please allow me to sign in my functioning phone, I would greatly appreciate that.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you assist with that?
I will check to see with,
Okay, and clearly,
What?
can we mark her as present during the meeting, please?
oh yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. And I don't recall that I restored her audio. How did that happen? Did Member Gomez unmute herself?
Yes.
She did. Okay, so at this point, we're going to go ahead and restore her audio. But if this happens again, I will ask the clerk to change her status from co-host if that privilege is abused. All right. That said, we're going to move on to the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. This evening, we have Pastor Dane Davis going to lead us in our opening prayer, and our new Captain Wickham will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Do we have Pastor Davis with us?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jones. It's an honor to be with the City Council for this first meeting of the new year. In Matthew chapter 5, verse 5, Jesus says, "Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth." Meekness is not a quality that many people aspire to in our nation today because they equate meekness with weakness. But to be meek simply means to have your power under control. Synonyms are gentleness or self-control or being kind-hearted and even submissive at times. And I think especially with all the pandemonium that's been going on in our nation in recent weeks, it's a wonderful thing to pray for meekness tonight, that we wouldn't feel the need to exert our power at all times, but to exert self-control for the good of others and the good of our city. So would you pray with me, please? Heavenly Father, I come to you, Lord, as humbly as I know how, asking that you would help us, oh God, as we lead. We thank you so much for our city council and the new members that have joined the council within the past month. Lord, we just pray for peace and unity in the council. And Lord, we pray that we would do what you've called us to do humbly for the good of our community, for the good of its citizens, and for the glory of God. Thank you, Lord Jesus, for being the perfect example of having all the power of the universe at your beck and call, but you exercised restraint. Help us, Lord, to exercise that same patience and restraint and meekness as well. Thank you, Lord, for setting that example of how to be the best leader possible. I thank you for each and every one of our city council members. I thank you for our city attorney, our city manager, and our entire staff. Be with them in all that they do. Keep them safe, protect them, and guide them with wisdom. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Davis. Captain Wickham, will you lead us in the pledge to our wonderful flag?
Please stand and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
Of the
United
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one
nation,
nation.
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much. We're now going to move on to proclamations and special presentations. And we have a presentation by our city manager as to 2020 accomplishments. Madam Clerk, do we have, okay, so that we don't have any feedback on this, I see that most of us have our microphones turned off, so that's wonderful, thank you. Madam Clerk, can we now change the status on Councilmember Gomez? Even though she needs to be muted as we all are. Make sure that she's a co-host again, please.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council, and also to our fine members of the public joining us remotely. This is something that we've put together for you over the last 3 years. As having been your city manager for the last 3 years, I've very much enjoyed the start of this year, the first regular meeting, being able to say first, Happy New Year, but also to reflect on everything that we had accomplished together over the last year, and what a year it's been. It's been quite a wild one, to say the least. But what we have done is put together PowerPoint presentations each year, and what you have before you is a PowerPoint representation that'll loop just for you to get a visual of all that we have been proud of. And this is just a thumbnail of all that we're proud of. over the course of the last 3 years. And really, I wanted to start out by saying what you see here is really reflective of a partnered approach between the city council and the dedicated men and women, all 420 city employees, to actually put this all together. It's not just one person. It's certainly a team effort. You as a council are very much a part of that, and we as city staff very much enjoy being a part of it as well. But as you can imagine, or as you would predict, COVID-19 dominated much of our efforts in 2020. We did declare a local emergency and activated our Emergency Operations Center in March. In doing so, the EOC leadership adopted 7 key objectives, including a focus on employee safety, well-being, tending to the needs of our homeless population, and coordinating all emergency response with our allied partners in the county. We work to protect our community from COVID-19 while ensuring continuity and service. We found very creative ways to connect and stay connected with our community virtually and using drive-through events. We also established grant programs to provide financial assistance to our small businesses and nonprofits to help navigate just the challenging and uncertain time of the pandemic. That notwithstanding, we did use and make the best of the opportunities as they were presented to us. And certainly out at the Southern California Logistics Airport, we were able to find good in the pandemic. Due to the pandemic, additional storage space was leased at SCLA for grounded airplanes. The leasing of ground space for airplanes totaled about $566,000 in revenue that wasn't budgeted, wasn't anticipated. So that was a nice little shot in the arm for the airport, especially at a time during a pandemic when the aviation industry and airports across the country were really, really struggling to survive. We found some silver lining in that we were able to provide resources to the aviation industry as to where they can house their aircraft and keep them safe and fly-worthy while we're navigating this tough time. We also received an additional $7.4 million in federal grant money to continue the reconstruction of our runway at SCLA. Keurig Dr. Pepper, which has been in Victorville for about 10 years, added another production line to its manufacturing facility. And each time they do that, it seems as if they're adding additional jobs. So the last number that I had seen in terms of employment, and they've survived quite well through this pandemic, was about 265 employees, very diverse group of employees as well. Laboratory workers, production line workers, a lot of logistics positions as well. But also we've seen quite a bit of business development. Not everything just died. We still continue to see positive development. We're excited to see a few new businesses under construction in Victorville. Car Exchange, which is different from CarMax. But Car Exchange, interestingly, is nearing the completion right now, took on an old Target building, repurposed it to eventually serve and become a used Highline car dealership, fronting Palmdale Road, just on the south side across from the Ford dealership. Western Dental, if you don't know, there's a new building going up adjacent to Harbor Freight on 7th Street. That new building that's under construction is going to house Western Dental. And then we also have under construction the Desert Ridge Transitional Center. And also, we've talked about it quite a bit. We featured it at our last State of the City. Chick-fil-A, I've become a fan now. I've checked it out. I've gone to the one in Rancho Cucamonga, and I'm now as excited as everybody else about Chick-fil-A coming to Victorville. And they'd actually just over the holiday started the demolition on the old Marie Callender's building. So we're definitely expecting an opening probably middle to third quarter part of this calendar year for them to open up right there along the I-15 and Bear Valley Road. We didn't stop with infrastructure, and I think that was one of the nice things about this pandemic while we're navigating it, is we continue to take on as much as we possibly could take on. And I gotta say, while we're taking on the essential work of the city, while we stood up the Emergency Operations Center, many of us served in dual roles, serving the emergency center for the city, but then also continuing with essential services. So on the infrastructure side, we didn't stop, and it was very timely to actually see the completion of our Doris Davies skateboard park. And I say that it was a long time coming to get that project built, but gosh, to see that facility actually open during a pandemic when there was a desire for our youth, especially, to find a place to recreate outdoors. Even to this day, it's amazing. It's just absolutely amazing how much use that facility is getting. It's causing some of us to really give additional thought internally about whether or not it's appropriate. We certainly think it'll be used, and potentially finding a location in the city to build a second skate park. Other infrastructure items: Amethyst Pump Station. And we reconstructed 1 mile of 3rd Avenue between Bear Valley Road and Nisqually Road. On the infrastructure maintenance side of the house, we filled more than 8,400 potholes throughout the city, trying to preserve additional life to our streets, but also to remove that annoyance that we all experience when we're driving on city streets and run into that unexpected pothole. 8,400 is an amazing number. And on the graffiti side, this is one of our, we're proud of so many of the divisions, but on our graffiti crew, we get so many positive comments back from the residents. I think largely because we respond so quickly and don't tolerate the graffiti staying visible. The minute we're made aware of it, we attend to it. And our graffiti crew this year was responsible for taking on 150,000 square feet of space that was covered by graffiti. We actually removed that graffiti. We also removed more than 400 tons of trash that have been dumped illegally in our city. That continues to be a problem, but at least we have now a crew in place to respond to it as soon as we possibly can. Code enforcement, we didn't shy away on the code enforcement side. We did introduce new ordinance that this council approved regarding illegal fireworks and illegal marijuana grows that all went into effect. We increased fines were enforced to help diminish the nuisance and illegal behaviors affecting quality of life in Victorville. On the public safety side, to help expedite calls, we did install a new communication system at our 6 fire stations. That was one enhancement that was notable at our fire facilities. We also installed 57 automatic license plate readers. In just the first 3 months of operation, the ALPRs resulted in 53 arrests. These cameras are helping our efforts to increase safety in Victorville. It's allowing us to solve crimes a lot more quickly. We actually have a more detailed report in the consent part of our agenda. That will be a recurring report that this council will see, just to show the great use of that tool to help solve crimes a lot quicker. We didn't lose sight at all in attending to the homelessness situation in Victorville. Last year, we made great progress on our efforts to reduce homelessness. With the help of our Homelessness Solutions Task Force, we developed a plan for our Wellness Center campus to be located on First Street, and we secured grant funding to help with that project. We received $630,000 in annual funding and permanent local housing allocation money, and we received a one-time housing prevention grant in the amount of $300,000. I think the final note, and this is a highlight that I've certainly featured at the annual, over the last 3 years, the annual presentations, but we've also been highlighting it quite loudly when we have met regarding budget. That's fiscal sustainability. And as you all know, the fiscal health of a city is often measured by the health of its general fund. To share a little bit about the position of our general fund, you should know that current audited fiscal year end, our fiscal year end unencumbered general fund cash is $14.53 million. In unencumbered general fund cash, we commonly refer to that as our general fund reserve. And if you compare that $14.5 million figure, which is what we see as the ending for June 30 of the last fiscal year, we compare that to 13.1 million, which was the same number that we presented in our June 2020 budget. I think the point there is that when we adopted our 2020 budget, we were projecting a much smaller number, about $1.4 million less than what we actually are ending up in terms of general fund reserve time come June 30 of 2020. That's an improved position. That's better than expected. And that actually measures out at a general fund reserve of 21.5% of operating expenses. So still continuing to exceed our general fund reserve target. For our current budget year, that very same general fund reserve was intended to satisfy our budgeted deficit of $2.5 million. You'll remember that's what's in our current budget that is expected to be required to draw from the general fund reserve. To help soften the blow to our general fund, we secured $4.6 million in CARES Act funding to help fund our emergency response. This has allowed us in December to report to the council that we don't currently project that $2.5 million deficit and that we may be able to supplement our general fund reserve an additional $600,000. We'll continue to monitor that very closely, but that's actually a much better position, certainly than we envisioned when we were pitching the budget and approving the budget back in June. And finally, it's worth noting, we all know that the Victorville voters passed Measure P, which will generate new revenue needed to expand critical city services for our growing population. We're very appreciative for this vote of confidence from our voters. Now, this 1 cent sales tax will go into effect April 1st, and the city should receive the first quarter of new revenue around September of this calendar year. With all that said, despite the uncertainty a global pandemic creates on local economies, I can confidently tell you that today Victorville is in good shape. We're in a good fiscal place, and our future outlook is great as we move towards expanding our essential public services. So with that concludes my presentation. I, along with staff, your leadership team, your executive team, are certainly available for any questions or comments you might have.
Okay, questions or comments regarding this presentation, Councilmember Gomez?
Yes, so I need clarification. I don't see that as the first item of business in our council calendar. So would you inform me if that's even a part of it? I do see it delineated, but not as part of the actual public
Sure.
hearing.
It's not a public hearing. It precedes the public hearing. It's right before the Madam Clerk presents the agenda. This is under the section of proclamations and special presentations.
Yeah, so let me reframe the question because it's not being addressed as my intent of the outcome. So it's my understanding that typically we'll go in through the public hearing and that's where we'll start. And then I usually hear the
Okay,
city manager.
Councilmember Gomez, I'm going to ask you to move on because we are where we are, and to the extent that we can help you after the meeting understand, the layout of the agenda, we're happy to do that. Do you have questions regarding the actual presentation that was just given?
Yeah, well, because I was reading the policy manual and it didn't delineate that. So if we're going by policy and we did all this, I wanted to make sure that we're following the policy. And so that's what my
Member
question
Gomez, but
stemmed
this is not what you were invited to discuss. We're talking about the actual presentation. To the extent that you have questions and comments, you have the floor. If not, we'll move on.
Yeah, so thank you for that clarification and for not being as rude as you could be. You are still a little bit rude, but in terms of the presentation, I'm a little confused of the $4.5 million. You call it a general fund reserve. So is it the 15% that we're talking about? Because I'm confusing it with the $230 million that we have in our budget. And I think that's general fund, if you can clarify that.
Well, I didn't use a $4.5 million number. I did use a $4.6 million figure, which was reflective of the CARES Act funding. I also used a $14.5 million figure, which was the figure used to represent what our audit should show for general fund reserve money being available at June 30, 2020. The 15% you mentioned is speaking more so to what our adopted general fund reserve target is, and to just give a comparable as to the 15% and where that $14.5 million number fits against its operating expenses, that would put us at about 21.5% general fund reserve.
Okay, and then the next question is in regards to, you talked about the CARES Act and being grateful about, did you say, what was it covering for the CARES Act? I thought it was homelessness and other issues, but you didn't mention homelessness. So I just figured it was something else.
Yeah, there has been a number of expenditures for a variety of different purposes. To simplify the presentation, the largest part of what we have spent CARES money on as it relates to the general fund has been medic response on the fire department side of the house.
Okay, so that's the main artery of the CARES money that was expended on medic personnel or responsibilities. Is that what you're mentioning?
I can be corrected, but I think it's fair to say that that's the largest expense by the city from its CARES Act funding, is to offset or augment our public safety.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra, do you have any questions or comments on the presentation?
Just a comment. Mr. Metzler, I'd like to thank yourself, your leadership staff, and all of the city employees for all of the work they've done this past year, everything we've done to put together, getting through this COVID, and everybody still doing their day-to-day operations, everybody from Public Works, Fire, Police, Parks, Finance, Engineering, Planning, everybody. Thank you very much. We do appreciate, the public appreciates for everything you guys are doing. So thank you very much. Thank you and your staff, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, questions or comments?
I only wanted to comment. I wanted to say thank you to the city manager for highlighting our accomplishments for the year of 2020. Indeed, the pandemic has had a drastic impact on the community, but nevertheless, I can say that despite the obstacles, we still persevered and we had accomplished some of our goals. I also just want to make sure that I understood what you said. I think you said something about projections as it relates to the reserve. In 6/2020, we had $13.1 million, and now we have $14.53 million in reserve. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, and so I can, so the $13.1 million is the number that we were projecting when we
Right.
adopted the 1920 budget, that was where we would end. And where we're actually ending now that we're auditing those books is the 14.5.
Oh, that sounds like a point where we want to applaud you. So thank you very much. Thank you. Mhm.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I simply, Mr. Metzler and your entire team, wish to echo the sentiments of Mayor Pro Tem Irving and Member Becerra. It's my belief that working together with great collaboration, you've done a fantastic job in not only getting us through very, very difficult times with this pandemic, but always wearing a smile on your face. And it just appears to me that during unprecedented times, you have stepped up and everybody went above and beyond. It's almost like, we've all been through this kind of a war together, and there's been this beautiful camaraderie that's been established. I think that our city, though these have been very difficult times, I think in many ways it's proved to polish us up and strengthen us. And so thank you for all of the efforts. And I know that you're going to keep those efforts going forward. So again, thank you. All right, we're now going to move on to the city clerk presentation of the agenda and any revisions there too, Madam Clerk.
Tonight's city council meeting is being held virtually on Zoom due to safety concerns related to COVID-19 and to reduce exposure for our community members, city employees, and council members. Our virtual meetings are conducted in accordance with the Brown Act and special provisions enacted during the coronavirus pandemic and will be held this way until further notice. We invite members of the public to participate in our meetings via Zoom. However, for those who do not wish to comment on issues, our meeting may be viewed on YouTube. For future council meetings, public comments may be submitted via email to the city clerk. Submissions must be received no later than 4 p.m. the day of our council meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now going to move on to the conflict of interest declarations. Council members, do you have any legal conflicts that you wish to declare at this time?
I have questions for the attorney in regards to the conflict of interest declarations.
Member Gomez, if you're not going to make a declaration at this time, this is the standard item that we have in every meeting. So to the extent that we can help you after the meeting, we're happy to do that. But at this point, if you have no declaration to make and no other council members have any declarations to make, we're going to move on. Okay, hearing none, there's no declarations made. Now we're going to move on to the introduction to public comments. So welcome once again to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your City Council is interested in your ideas and opinions and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner, free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the council's established policies and procedures and Government Code 54957.9. Open meeting laws do not confer any privilege or protection for expression beyond that otherwise provided by law, nor do they permit council members to engage in dialogue during the public comment period. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council. Individual speakers are allowed to address the council once per agenda item for up to 3 minutes. When comments are invited, click the raise your hand feature located on the Zoom screen. Individuals will be unmuted, called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individuals may speak to issues not posted on the agenda during the public comments section on the agenda, providing those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. The presiding officer may decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. The presiding officer may also take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. With that, we're going to move on to our first business in order, which is public hearings. We'll begin with item number 1, Water Service Line Replacement Project, Area 5, Award of Construction Contract. Mr. Metzler, will you kindly tee up this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this item is seeming to be somewhat routine given the nature of our system and the need to replace a lot of plastic service lines with copper service lines. It's something that's actually planned for as a part of our rate plan and is planned for annually. So it is supported by rates and cash is available to satisfy these replacement items. The author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He's certainly available for any more technical questions that you might have.
Okay. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the Honorable Water District Board of Directors approve the notice of exemption and award a construction contract to T.E. Roberts Incorporated in the amount of $1,795,420 for the Water Service Line Replacement Project, Area 5.
Thank you. With that said, the chair is now going to open it up for questions from the council members. We have a 3-minute time limit, and it's to be directly related to the agenda item. So we'll begin with Member Becerra.
No questions, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
All right, Member Gomez.
So how many connections does the city service?
I don't have the exact number, but I would estimate about 34,000 connections throughout the city. Doug Matthews is our Director of Water. He's likely got the better answer.
Yeah, it's over 35,000, but you're in the ballpark.
And what's the monthly average water loss that the city of Victorville experiences?
I don't have that number offhand. There's varying types of water loss, though. We do submit a annual report we could get to.
Thank you. And does the water loss affect any water usage billing for homeowners or businesses? And if so, how?
It's calculated in the rates and accounted for.
Okay, and since the city is replacing this polyethylene, which is plastic, with copper, what's the life expectancy of the latter?
I don't have a number on that, but I'm gonna somewhere at least in the 50-year range.
In
if
the
not
50, okay, and when will the project be initiated? Well, and there's something, hold on, there's something that I read that says incorporated the terms of the agreement. The language says something about 15 calendar days after issuance of notice to process and shall terminate upon completion of the project 95 working days after commencement date, unless, and then it goes on.
Councilmember Gomez, I believe I can answer that question. This is standard language in our construction agreement. Typically, we put in the number of days, and they're to start 15 days after we issue a notice to proceed. And then the time can be extended, but it can go on a month-to-month term if they don't complete the work within the 95 days.
Okay. And what's the length? So then what's the length of the project's approximation? Do we know that?
Are you talking about the length of time?
Yeah, from the initiation to the end, because we're spending roughly about $1.7 million.
There are roughly 22 working days per month. And so this project would probably run on for, you could say 4.5, 5 months.
Okay. And where are the other birds hold on. There are bids. So I didn't see the bids as I typically see. Were they obsolete or just not added?
We did not attach all the bids to this staff report, but all the bids were tabulated as we usually do. The purchasing division analyzed the bids and checked all the mathematics, and all that is in our files.
So did we go based on the clause where we might get, I'm talking about the purchasing bids where one portion may say something about the lowest bidder, but not necessarily was it the lowest bidder, it could be the based on quality. What did we go by?
The recommendation for award is to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. As noted in the staff report, there was one bidder that actually had a lower bid amount, but they were not responsive. And the reason is they did not submit the correct bid form, which would have created a material difference in the price of the bid. And so we could not recommend awarding to them because they were non-responsive, and therefore that's why we are recommending awarding to T.E. Roberts.
Okay, and can any of the parties to the contract terminate for convenience? And if so, is there a clause in the construction agreement that states compensation for the contractor beyond payment for work performed before termination?
I don't think I can answer that question right now. Possibly the city attorney could, but I would have to read through the agreement.
Okay, and if the contract is terminated for cause, are the subcontractors' contracts assignable?
Again, I'm not prepared to answer that question
Okay.
right now.
What is the role of the architect or the engineer here?
This project was designed in-house by the engineering division, so the plans were prepared under my supervision.
Okay, and the last question here is, does the contract allow the party that prevails in litigation to recover attorney's fees? I did read that item. However, is that negotiable? And that's in section 35.
I'm not prepared to answer that. Possibly we could get an answer to that question to you, though.
Yeah, I will definitely submit these questions for everyone to see and make them part of the record. I appreciate it. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and I have none. All right, at this time, we're going to open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, our first speaker is Valentin Godina.
Thank you. Mr. Godina, welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Congratulations, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, you denied the public the opportunity to have input on the city manager's address that he just gave. That was not part of the agenda, and I would like my 3 minutes to rebut his message because it is incorrect, and I have a lot to say about it.
So,
Madam
Mr.
Mayor, doesn't he need to stick by what's on item 1?
So thank you, Member Becerra. So Mr. Godina, I appreciate your comments, and to the extent that I erred, I'm sorry. Will you be at the meeting later, and you can certainly make those comments in the public comment period at the end of the meeting?
So you're denying me the right to speak on his, as a public member on his speech.
No, sir, I am not. So Mr. DeBornowski, Mr. Godina, just hold your thought for one moment, please. Mr. DeBornowski, typically on those types of presentations, we don't open it up to the public. Did I err in that?
That is correct. Typically, these are presentations just providing information that is available not only from the city manager, I believe it's probably also available on the website, and there's no action taken with respect to that item. Therefore, typically we don't take public comment on those. Certainly the public's welcome to make comments related to that during the public comment section at the end of the meeting.
Okay, so Mr. Godina, at this point, we're going to stay with the public hearing on item number 1. Certainly, if you have comments with regard to that presentation, we would welcome hearing from you at the public comment period at the end of the meeting. Did you wish to speak on public hearing item number 1?
No, I want to
Thank you, Mr.
call you
Godina.
for refusing to let me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Godina. Moving on, Madam Clerk, are there any other requests to comment?
No other speakers.
Thank you. At this point, the public hearing is closed. The chair brings this item back to the council and invites a motion from the council.
Madam Mayor, I motion to approve to award construction to T.E. Roberts in the amount of $1,795,420,000 for water line service replacement in Area 5.
And Member Becerra, would that also include approving the notice of exemption?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry about that. And
Thank
also notice of exception. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a first, a motion by Member Becerra. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Are there comments as it relates to this motion?
Yes.
Member Becerra moved the item. Would you like to go first, please?
No further questions.
Okay, no further comments. All right, Member Gomez.
Yes, so it looks like this item is an item where we have a project, but I'm not sure if because we have the water service line replacement project, if this is part of the CIP, and if we can even move forward, because I was reading on other agenda items that before we can move forward, we were required to do something in regards to the future ones, but you'll see when I'll probably point it out when it comes up. So I wasn't sure if we can bifurcate this one and do it alone, but I'm presuming so because no one has asked for this item to be reconsidered with another item. So in terms of the pipeline service replacement, I'm hoping that we get a little bit more feedback in terms of some of the questions that I asked. Perhaps it's much more detailed, but these are questions that affect our businesses and they also affect our residents, since that's already calculated as part of the schedule of fee payments for the people who are paying for water. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, any comments as it relates to the motion?
Not really any comments. I know I second this, but can you please have the clerk reread the motion that's on the floor, please?
Certainly, Madam Clerk.
Yes, to approve the notice of exemption and award a construction contract to TE Roberts Incorporated in the amount of $1,795,420 for the water service line replacement project Area 5.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. And I have no comments as it relates to the motion. Are there any further comments for those members who have time remaining on the motion? Okay, hearing none, discussion is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Yes. Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Ramirez absent.
Okay, thank you. So the council has just adopted staff's recommendation as it relates to this item. Now we're going to move on to item 2, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville adding a new section 2.28.285 to Article 5, Chapter 2.28 of Title 2 of the Victorville Municipal Code, delegating approval of plans and designs to the city engineer and amending sections 2.12.180 and 2.19.010B of said Title 2 to conform with current law. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is being put on the agenda as an intent to slightly modify our existing code so that we can actually put to use provisions in state government code that extend design immunity to cities such as ours, especially cities that actually use their own city engineer to conduct design work for public improvements. The design immunity extended to cities actually offers additional defense in the event that there is a defect in potential liability resultant from a design flaw. This is really intended to perfect our process a little bit better and to be much more clear that we're exercising the design immunity offered under the government code. Tara Taguchi is our deputy city attorney. She's the one that has initiated this item. Either her or the city engineer can answer questions in greater detail.
Okay. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council open and conduct the public hearing, close the public hearing, make the environmental exception finding, introduce ordinance number 2414 for adoption and first reading by title only, and waive further reading in full of proposed ordinance number 2414.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'm going to open it up for questions from council members. There's a 3-minute time limit, and we will begin with Member Gomez.
So I'm looking at 2414. the ordinance, and it says it's limited to delegating authority to the city engineer to maintain design immunity protection. What does that mean when we're limiting the delegation of authority to the city engineer? Does that mean at one point he had more discrepancy than he would now with this ordinance?
No, it's not granting the city engineer any more authority than he currently has. And in fact, the city engineer is the one on staff that already is responsible for approving plans. So we're not really changing any of the city engineer's responsibility. We're just bolstering our protection, if you will, against any claims that may yield from design defects under plans that are approved by the city engineer. Nothing's changing with respect to its workload, but it is also singularly requiring that in exchange for this design immunity, it's got to be under the city engineer's authority of approving plans.
Okay, I question that because there's the exception with ordinance number 2414, which is limiting to delegating the authority to the city engineer to maintain that design immunity protection. So the way I was reading that was there's a limitation, and this was the exception that's enumerated in ordinance number 2414. The next one is we're talking about State's Political Reform Act, and it's talking about acceptance of gifts by planning commissioners. I'm sure that this has been probably in the books much longer. Are we just coming to fruition of its update in terms of gifts by planning commissioners? And so we're adding it now?
Madam Mayor, if I might, I'd like to turn that one over to either the city attorney or the deputy city attorney, as they're likely the ones best to answer that particular question.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Yes, this is essentially just a cleanup item. It was an old provision in the municipal code dealing with the ability of planning commissioners to receive gifts, which they're no longer allowed to do under state law. So while we were doing this ordinance, we cleaned up a couple of other sort of minor issues in the municipal code, along with some scrivener's errors as well. Tara, do you have anything you need to add to that?
No, that's exactly correct.
Okay, so then that means that before today, the acceptance of gifts by planning commissioners was allowed by our municipal code?
The municipal code would have allowed it, but it was not allowed by state statute.
I see. And then when we're talking about correcting the scrivener's errors in the section in terms of electronic filing, I know we don't even have a year, or maybe just a tad of a year with the electronic filing of campaign statements. So what errors are we speaking of?
I believe these are just misnumbering of sections of the municipal code, and it's just basically a misnumbering error. So we have corrected the numbers to make the code consistent.
Okay, and then finally here it talks about delegations of the approval. It doesn't alter the city council's discretion and authority to approve projects. Is that to some regard open up the loophole for city council member majority to be able to still withhold its discretion over projects despite the new municipal code changes that affect the engineer, the delegation?
Right, the city council still has discretion with respect to approving projects.
Okay, that's what I thought I was reading. And then it's also, would you be able to define legally what design immunity defense and how the design defects claims may look like in something of this item if it were to be processed in front of us, or we had a case of that nature?
Tara, do you want to address that issue?
Certainly. The design immunity defense, it basically protects public entities and their employees from claims for injuries allegedly caused by design defects in a public improvement, which could be a street or a road or a building. And when the public employee reasonably exercises discretionary authority in improving the public improvement design at issue, along with proving a few other elements of a defense, it allows protection for the reasonable exercise of discretion. And just it essentially helps the city protect itself from lawsuits.
Oh, okay, so in other words, it's a type of indemnification that's being rendered here, but with different terms?
I wouldn't call it indemnification. It's basically bolsters this municipal code to make it consistent with state law, providing protections that are allowed for in state law to protect for essentially possible errors, so long as the person doing it is using their reasonable discretion. It's a typical immunity that cities would have.
And what is the distinction between the current bidding process of projects? Because it looks like there was a before and after.
I can speak to that. There's been no change in the bidding process. We were just trying to highlight portions of the municipal code that showed where the city council had authority and to distinguish it from the city engineer's ability to continue to approve these plans and designs.
Oh, got it. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra, do you have any questions?
I have a question for Mr. Gengler. Mr. Gengler, does this give the city authority to upgrade and move forward with maybe any ADA sidewalks or something to move forward to removing and replacing them, to upgrading them?
It really doesn't change the city council's authority that they already have. Typically, the approval of a budget or an amendment to the budget is when you budget funds for a particular project. And so that really is always under the city council's purview. So really that isn't changing.
No, but it gives you the authority as a city engineer to go ahead and approve maybe something that needs to be moved or something that needs to be designed different. It gives you the authority now to do that, correct?
Yes, but I would one way of describing this is this memorializes it, or it codifies a practice that has already been in place for many years. The city engineers for the city have already been approving improvement plans for many years. It just wasn't explicitly stated that they had that authority in the code, even though it's always been a practice.
All right, sir. Nope. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, do you have any questions?
Yes, it's just for a point of clarification. This amendment simply gives greater protection. Is that correct? And conforms with the law. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Irving. And I have no questions at this time. Chair opens the public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on this item?
Yes, there is one speaker, Valentin Godina.
Thank you. Mr. Godina, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to ask why the city engineer needs to have more delegated authority when he hasn't shown that he can comply with the current responsibilities that the city has given him and the council has given him, i.e. example, he can't do anything with the road to the library, and he hasn't done anything with the lighting for Old Town Victorville or the parking. Why should we trust him with more responsibilities if he hasn't taken care of those? The last time I was in his office and I talked to him about the lighting, he was so upset, he challenged me to a fight, which I accepted, with the caveat that the loser buy the first round of beers. And he's so cheap, he wouldn't take it on because he didn't want to buy the first round of beers. Why should we give him more responsibilities? And why is the city council not listening to what the voters want and allowing the city manager to decide instead what should be done? We voted for the city council to do what we want. We didn't vote for the city manager. Please answer my questions.
Then we have another
Okay,
speaker.
one moment, Madam Clerk. So thank you, Mr. Godina. Mr. Metzler, we just heard a rather outlandish charge against a member of your staff. Can you please speak to that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yeah, there were a number of comments in there that I think largely were misguided. I'll certainly look into personally the allegation or suggestion that there was an offer to a fight. That just seems very unbecoming. I know our city engineer fairly well, and I certainly know that's not his personality, so I'm fairly shocked by that suggestion or allegation. But I think to get back on point, this is more so related to duties already undertaken by the city engineer. It's not providing any additional responsibility. This is, again, more with respect to providing for design immunity that's provided under the government code that we don't clearly enough capture in our municipal code. So we're attempting to do that in our municipal code. The suggestion about the library road, we've talked about extensively. It's a private issue. We've done what we can for this meantime, and the council has taken action to, has participated in discussion to allow us to at least withhold buying the property, as I think the public has wanted us to do, until we figure out more appropriately what are we going to do with our library system. So I think altogether, not exactly on point by the speaker, but I will look into personally the allegation.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, we have another speaker.
Yes, I believe Maggie Martin.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Martin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Martin, welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and esteemed council. Listen, little irritated here because the speaker before me went way off the tracks, off the rail, turned into a personal attack against a longtime, esteemed, competent to the nth degree employee of the city, and off track with Keith Metzler. And me personally, I don't think Mr. Metzler should waste 1 minute.
Ms. Martin, can I ask you to move on, please?
Yeah, that's
Thank
it. Just off topic and not muted. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
There are no other speakers, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, the public hearing is closed. The chair brings this item back to the council. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title of the ordinance?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville adding a new section 2.28.285 to Article 5, Chapter 2.28 of Title II of the Victorville Municipal Code, delegating approval of plans and designs to the city engineer and amending sections 2.12.180 and 2.19.010B of said Title II to conform with current law.
Thank you. And at this time, the chair invites a motion to adopt the recommendation as it relates to points 3 through 5 on this agenda item.
I need to have comments
Oh, God.
on items 3 and 4.
Now, at this time, the chair is inviting a motion.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I motion that we accept 3 through 5. The ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville adding a new section 2.28285 to Article 5, Chapter 2.28 of Title II of the Victorville Municipal Code, delegating approval of plans and designs to the city engineer, amending sections 2.12.180 and 2.19.010B of said Title II to conform with the current law.
I second the motion.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're on point with that. So if we look at the recommendation on the agenda, it starts with point 3, making the environmental exemption finding.
Oh.
And so forth. So I just need to make sure that that's the intent of the
Yes.
motion.
3
Okay,
through
so
5.
3 through 5 as relates to the recommendation set out on the agenda. Thank you. So we have a first. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Are there any comments as it relates specifically to the motion before us? And as it was moved by Member Becerra, we'll begin with you.
No further comments.
Thank you. Member Gomez, do you have any comments as it relates to the motion?
I have a point of clarification. Are we in item 2 or consent?
So the chair is happy to answer a question to resolve a confusion, but it's not a point of clarification. But we are on item number 2.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes. Did you have any comments as it relates to the motion, Member Gomez?
No.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have none. So with that, the discussion is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Ramirez being absent.
So the council has just taken action to adopt the recommendations set out on the agenda as it relates specifically to points 3 through 5. Okay, next business in order is the consent calendar. And on the consent calendar, we have items 3 through 10. Items on this portion of the agenda include matters considered to be of routine, administrative, or non-controversial nature, and can be approved in one motion for the purpose of conserving time for other matters that may require discussion. Council members may, however, comment on consent calendar items or ask for minor clarification without the need for pulling the items for separate consideration. Any comment or clarification shall necessarily be limited in nature. So with that said, do we have any special requests? Does any member wish to move to pull an item for separate consideration? Okay, hearing no
Madam
special.
Mayor, Madam
Yes.
Mayor, on number 5, I can vote on everything else. On number 5, I'm abstaining my vote.
Okay, very good. And you can do that in advance. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take note of that? At this time, however, the mayor is asking, does any member wish to pull an item for separate consideration?
Okay. I'm not trying to pull. I want to make comments on 2 items.
Okay, so yes, thank you, Member Gomez. I was just about to get to that. All right, so no requests to pull items. So now, are there any requests to briefly comment? Member Gomez?
Yes, I want to comment on 3 and 4, and my vote should be annotated on 3 that it's a no.
All right, Madam
so-
Clerk, please take note of that.
For the AP,
Member Gomez, hold on just a moment. And do any other members wish to comment briefly on any items, just so we know what we're looking at here? Okay, there's no others. So Member Gomez, please go ahead.
So there's a false promise of ALPRs. Some members of the community think that whether you've experienced a crime in the neighborhood or not, a neighborhood needs increased surveillance in order to be safe. This is part of a nationwide trend that shows that people's fear of crime is incredibly high and getting higher. Despite the fact that crime rates in the US are low in historical standards, people imagine that if a crime is committed, an association member can hand over the police the license plate number of everyone that drove past the camera around the time the crime is believed to have been committed. But this will lead to a lot of innocent people becoming suspects because they happen to drive through a specific neighborhood. For some communities, this means hundreds of cars end up being suspicious. Also, despite ALPR's, vendors like Flock Safety and Vigilant Solution claims there's no real evidence that they reduce crime. Vendors like these or other surveillance salespeople operate on the assumption that surveillance will reduce crime by either making the would-be criminal aware of the surveillance in hopes that it will be a deterrent, or by using the technology to secure convictions of the people that have allegedly committed the crimes in the neighborhoods. However, there's very little empirical evidence that such surveillance reduces crime. And for the CIP, the 4th one, is this the full report of things that are pending or they're already interjected for CIP projects? I'm looking at a lot of projects and I wasn't sure if they're either pending, they're into completion, or we're gonna have more reports on those issues with CIP that are enumerated in the item number 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. All right, we're now going to move on to the public comment period for this item. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, first one I have is Romero.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Rodriguez.
Hello, let me just start my timer 1 second. Okay. Let's go. Yes, about the license plate reader. It says, it's sold as something that's going to prevent crime and everything. But one of the things I see more than anything else is just generates revenue. The city paid $710,000 for all these license plate readers. And I've seen the graph that the green is just everything for auto theft, possible stolen vehicle, and cold plates. Cold plates, which is having no insurance, expired registration. Maybe you put a different plate on your car because you couldn't get it small, etc. That's the majority. That generates revenue. So that revenue that's generated by these license plate readers, are we going to get reimbursed the city for spending $710,000 on these puppies? Because not everything that I see, the small graphs, are for robbery, burglary, attempted murder, and assault and child abuse is really small. Thank God that works. But the majority of these license plate readers is just actually to generate revenue, to tag people that have expired plates, maybe warrants for unpaid parking tickets, etc. So it's just a fishing device for the people living in the community. So what happens to that revenue that these automated license plate readers generate? Is that reimbursed to the city for the $710,000 that we paid the taxpayers? Or is that going to be absorbed into the general fund? Please let us know. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, any other requests?
The next speaker is Maggie Martin.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Madam Mayor and Council.
And welcome, Ms. Martin.
I'm sorry.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Listen, I have a question for anyone who's listening. Is your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, your loved one, your friend's life worth $710,000? Because those, I can never do it, ALPRs are gonna apprehend criminals that seriously harm or kill other people, including your loved ones. So I can honestly tell you this, in all the council meetings that this has been discussed, I have never heard anything about it stopping people for registration, the ALPRs for registration, tags, this, and the other, this, that, and the other miscellaneous things. And I'm going to tell you straight up too, I bet that person $100 that's nowhere in the provisions for the use of the ALPRs. I've talked to deputies on the street. I've talked to deputies, not deputies, higher command at the station, and never once did that get mentioned to me. So I'm going to call that out as bunk. That's all I have, Madam Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Any further requests?
The next speaker is Valentin Godina.
Thank you, Mr. Godina. Welcome again.
Yes, it is a fact that we need to bring down our crime rate in Victorville. It is also a fact that more police officers, red light cameras, and license plate readers do not prevent crimes. They may react to crimes, but they do not prevent crimes. Firefighters do not prevent fires. They react to the fires. Madam Mayor, you and the previous mayor and I met at the Victorville Detention Center when they were having a thank you dinner for all the volunteers, and I was there as a volunteer. And we know that even in prisons, no matter how many cameras they have, no matter how much guards they have, crime still exists. In order to prevent crime in our city, we need programs, boys clubs, libraries, programs that will prevent crimes. We don't need to text the people to death to put an officer in every corner of our city. Officers do not prevent crimes. Officers react to crimes. And the previous speaker, who continuously thinks that she is a council member, needs to be educated on the fact on how to prevent crimes and not think that she has some sort of authority here. Proposition P was a lie. It didn't pass overwhelming. It barely passed because people understand throwing money at the problem is not the solution. Community programs are the solution. Proposition P needs to be redirected to library and community services. to prevent crimes. That's where you prevent crimes.
Those
And
are all,
I asked the council to take that up and act on that. The city manager was not entrusted to direct our money in any direction. We value his opinion, and that's all it is, an opinion that needs our consent.
Thank you, Mr. Godina. Madam Clerk, are there any further requests?
those are all the speakers.
So the chair at this point is going to admonish our public speakers. Certainly, all of your free speech rights remain intact, but when speaking, it's not helpful to in any way impugn the character or motives or intelligence of community members. None of that is within the purview of the City Council. And it's this chair belief that we certainly want to encourage and invite all of our community members to feel confident in being able to speak up. And to the extent that some members of the public are disparaging other members of the public, I think it's counterproductive. And so I just offer a friendly caution. It would be helpful if we could move beyond that in our meetings. Thank you. So with that said, the public comment period is now closed and the chair brings this item back to the council. The chair finds it appropriate to invite a motion for the council and the council acting in its various capacities to approve action on consent calendar items 3 through 10 in accordance with the recommendations presented on the agenda, of course, with the registered no votes in place.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to approve the consent calendar as it's presented to include items 3 through 10, along with the recommendations.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
Councilmember Gomez seconds.
Thank you, Member Gomez. We have a first and a second to approve or adopt the recommendations set out on the agenda with the registered no votes intact. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Ramirez absent.
Okay, so the council has adopted the recommendations set out on the agenda for the consent calendar items. All right, next business in order is written communications. We'll begin with item number 11. This is the consideration of appointments to the Planning Commission, Community Services Advisory Committee, and Legislative Review Committees. So Mr. Metzler, will you just kindly tee up this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the policy manual that we have, Chapter 9, speaks to appointments to commissions. We started that process and introduced it at our last regular meeting in December. So since that time, we've received a number of resumes, letters of interest from prospective candidates, along with recommendations from some of your colleague council members. So with that, the matter is brought before you with the information attached. Of course, each of the members of the council are responsible for making a recommendation, and it's the actual council that makes the appointment to the respective committees.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Metzler. So we're going to take each of the nominees in the order that they're presented on the agenda. Madam Clerk, before I do that, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the City Council consider the following: Mayor Pro Tem Irving's nominee for Planning Commissioner, Cook Askins Jr., Mayor Pro Tem Irving's nominee for CSAC member, Star Bolden, Mayor Pro Tem Irving's nominee for Legislative Review Committee member, Scriven, and then Councilmember Becerra's nominee for Planning Commissioner, Kurth, Councilmember Gomez's nominee for Planning Commissioner, Rodriguez, and Councilmember Gomez's nominee for CSAC member, Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so Mayor Pro Tem Irving, the chair calls on you now to present your nominee to the council, Mr. Cook Askins Jr. And so this is the first time you're doing this with the council, so This is where you're going to advocate for your nominee in hopes that the council makes that appointment. So please go ahead.
Okay, well, my nominee for the Planning Commission is Kenneth Cook Askins Jr. He has been a longtime resident of Victorville, as well as his family. They've been here since the late 30s. They're from the Old Town community. He has been a military man, and he's very active in the community and in his church, but also he runs the ROTC program at Riverside Preparatory, and I think he would be an asset to the Planning Commission because he has a good understanding of the city, what the city needs, and he is a well-articulate gentleman, and of course, he's a military guy, and being a child, if you will, a brat, military brat, I respect him. I think he's an outstanding person and a great citizen.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And now we have all of the appropriate attachments to the agenda that has given the council additional information. So at this point, do any council members have any questions that need clarification as it relates to the information on the agenda as it relates to Mr. Cook Askins Jr.? Member Gomez.
No questions.
Member Becerra.
No questions.
And I have none. So at this point, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, would you like to move that your nominee be appointed?
Yes, I move that my nominee, Mr. Kenneth Cook Askins, be appointed to the Planning Commission. And I would, yes, I humbly ask my colleagues to support the nomination.
Councilmember Gomez seconds it.
Thank you, Member Gomez and Member Irving. So we have a first and a second for the council to appoint Mr. Cook Askins Jr. to the Planning Commission of Victorville. Are there any further comments as it relates to the motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Madam Mayor, we do have one speaker that has raised their hand on this item.
Okay, so thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Mr. Dubornowski, I have not seen public comments on appointments in the past. What are your thoughts on this?
You know, we have not traditionally done it. It's up to your prerogative. I mean, members of the public are allowed to speak on items that are on the agenda, and this is an agendized item, so it probably is appropriate.
And
to
we're
allow
taking
her to speak.
action. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Maggie Martin is our first.
Thank you. Ms. Martin?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, pardon me. Madam Mayor, forgive me, but I want to remind you in 2018, Ramiro Rodriguez was a CSAC nominee of Ms. Gomez, and I spent the full 3 minutes talking on it. So we have a little bit of history as to public comments with regarding to appointments to committees. I would just like to say that it's really brief. I just would like to say I fully support Ms. Irving's nominee thoroughly and completely, and I like the background and everything that goes with it. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
I have Valenti Godina.
Yes, Mr. Godina. Mr. Godina, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Mayor, why did you allow the previous speaker to talk badly about a nominee that we weren't on the subject of? We were on the subject of Ms. Irving's nominee, and I think he's a good nominee, and we cannot have this person continually to use her free speech to badmouth other members. Like you said, this is not the platform to be badmouthing of other members. The councilwomen, I am sorry, very sorry, I'm still getting adjusted to it. The councilwomen did a lot of work in bringing up their nominees, and we need to respect their nominees as we need to respect them. Now, we may not agree with their nominees, but this is not the time for previous speaker to bring up laundry lists that are not to be brought up here. This is not the time. We need to accept who they brought on, because they will be coming more and more. And everybody knows that the population is changing, and you will be seeing more names like Ramiro and such being proposed. You can only deny them for so long, but eventually they will be there. So let's start making peace, let's start uniting, and let's start working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godinez. So just to be very clear, since we're now taking public comments on this, it's for the whole of the agenda item and not specific to Mr. Cook Askins Jr. Madam Clerk, are there any other requests?
There are no other speakers.
Thank you. Public comment period is now closed.
Madam Mayor, there was a hand raised just right now.
I'm sorry, was it raised after I closed the public comment period or before?
It was. It happened simultaneously.
Okay, then we will take the public comment, certainly.
It is Rob Kurth.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Kurth.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Sorry about that confusion. I had my camera down until I thought that we were going to go one by one on each of these. So once you declared that it would be in its entirety, I jumped in as fast as I could. Sorry about that. I want to first thank Councilmember Becerra for her recommendation to appoint me. I want to thank the entire council for your advanced consideration, as I would be honored to continue serving the Victorville through the Planning Commission. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kurth. Madam Clerk, are there any additional requests? I mean, I had already closed it and you said this one was on it, but I just.
No further.
Thank you. The public comment period is now closed. All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Irving and a second by Member Becerra to appoint Mr. Cook Askins Jr. as Victorville's one of Victorville's planning commissioners. So we're going to, unless there's no additional comments on that, if there's no objection, Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Aye.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
That motion passes.
Well, Mr. Cook Askins Jr. is now a planning commissioner with Victorville. Congratulations.
Very good.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, would you kindly present your nominee for CSAC, Star Bolden?
Yes, my nominee for the Community Services Advisory Committee is Ms. Loretta Starr Bowden. She is a retiree. She retired from the AT&T, the telephone company, where she served for 18 years. She also worked for Los Angeles Police Department as a recording clerk. She's very active in the community. If people know her, she's a very fit person. She's also served on a number of different community organizations. To be specific, she served on the National Council of Negro Women and also on the national, on the NAACP. I think that she would be an asset as well to serve on the Community Services Advisory Committee. And I would ask my colleagues to support me in appointing her to this position to serve our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And again, as we have the backup data on the agenda, do any council members have any questions of our Mayor Pro Tem that require clarification as to the backup data on the agenda? Okay, as I hear none, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, would you like to move that your nominee be appointed?
Yes, I move that we appoint Ms. Loretta Starr Bowden to the Community Services Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Is there a
Councilwoman-
second?
A second.
Councilwoman Gomez seconds.
Thank you, Member Gomez. So we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, a second by Councilmember Gomez to appoint Ms. Star Bolden as the CSAC member. Is there any further discussion on that? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Congratulations, Ms. Star Bolden. You are now a member of the CSAC committee. All right, and Mayor Pro Tem Irving, your nominee for the Legislative Review Committee.
Yes, thank you. My nominee for the Legislative Review Committee is Laverne Scriven. Ms. Scriven is very active in the community. She serves as the first vice chair for the National Council, for the NAACP. She also serves as a chaplain for the National Council of Negro Women. She has retired from Job Corps in Los Angeles, and she also is very active in the Burning Bush church congregation, and additionally she services has worked with the Rescue Mission in serving the homeless. I find her to be very she expresses and demonstrates discernment, makes very sound decisions, particularly as it relates to making recommendations that I believe that benefit all, and I would humbly ask my colleagues to support me and my appointment or my motion to appoint Ms. Laverne Scriven to the Legislative Review Committee to serve the city of Victorville. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Council members, do you have any with regard to the what Mayor Pro Tem just shared and the backup data on the agenda? Do you have any questions of her that would give you any clarification as to this nominee?
No questions.
Okay. All right. As I hear none, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, would you like to make a motion?
I thought I did, but I'll make it again.
Yes. Yes.
But, I said a mouthful, but I'd like to move that we appoint Ms. Laverne Scriven to the Legislative Review Committee for the City of Victorville. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Gomez seconds that.
Councilmember Gomez, you've now been recognized to make that second. If there are no objections, we'll go ahead to proceed to the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Congratulations, Ms. Scriven. You're now a member of the Legislative Review Committee. All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, for all of your nominees. We're happy to have them all on board.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, of course. All right. Now, Member Becerra, you have a nominee that you would like to bring forward for Planning Commissioner. So you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. I'd like to re-nominate Mr. Kurth, who's been on the Planning Commission for a while now. He initially joined the Air Force in '85, was here at George Air Force Base, has been a resident of Victorville since 1985, so he's seen it grow. I put him there in front of you. His letter's been submitted to you. He did make a statement, but I guess if you have any questions for him, he is also on.
Thank you, Member Becerra. However, council members will not be inquiring of the nominees.
Okay.
All right, council members, do you have any questions of Member Becerra as it relates to her nominee? We have the backup data. He's been a planning commissioner. Is there anything else that she can help you with in terms of this nominee? Okay, hearing none. Member Becerra, would you like to move that your nominee be appointed?
Yes, ma'am. I motion to move that Rob Kurth continue to be on the Planning Commission.
Second the motion.
Okay, we have a first by Member Becerra, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. If there are no objections, we'll go to the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So welcome again, Mr. Kurth, to serve once again on the Planning Commission. Congratulations. All right, now we're going to move to Council Member Gomez's nominee. First, her nominee for Planning Commissioner is for Mr. Rodriguez. Member Gomez, would you like to present your nominee to the council?
Yeah, so I nominated Ramiro Rodriguez for the position of Planning Commission. He possesses exceptional skills and personality to assist in the planification of this city. I don't want to insult any council member's intelligence by rereading the vast amounts of information that he has already supplied on multiple occasions, including the attachments. If you would please refer to the attachments with all the additional information before you. With that stated, I would like to make a motion to appoint Mr. Rodriguez to take position.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. The chair has not yet invited a motion. Did you have anything further to add?
No.
Thank you. So I will get back to you on that in just a moment, Member Gomez. All right, council members, so we have information attached to the agenda. Councilmember Gomez has just presented her nominee to us. Do you have any questions for Member Gomez that would help you understand this nominee better? Okay, hearing none. Member Gomez, would you like to move to appoint your nominee to the council? Actually, I take that back. I do have a question. So, actually, it's not a question. So, Member Gomez, I apologize. Would you like to move that your nominee be appointed to the Planning Commission?
Yes, I'd like to motion to appoint Mr. Rodriguez to take position begin to serve in the Planning Commission as soon as they are allowed to start serving.
Thank you, Member Gomez. We have a motion to appoint. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies. All right, Councilmember Gomez, would you like to present your nominee for the CSAC member?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Mr. Ramirez to be able to take position with CSAC. He's been very involved. And like I said, formally, I'm not going to insult your intelligence by rereading everything that you know. You've made your personal judgments and it's being expressed right now. So I don't have anything else to share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council members, do you have any questions as it relates to this particular individual serving on the CSAC committee? Okay, I hear none. So Member Gomez, would you like to move the appointment?
Yes, move to appoint Mr. Rodriguez to take position to begin serving in that position as soon as he's able to.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Member Gomez. Is there a second to appoint? Hearing no second, the motion dies. All right, that concludes item 11. We're going to move on to item 12. And just as a point going forward, so Member Gomez, to the extent that you would like to make further nominations going forward, you don't need the council's permission to put that on the agenda. You can simply request Mr. Metzler's office to place that on the agenda. All right, so we are now on item 12, Building 676 Roof Replacement Project, number CC21-035, Amendment 1 to the construction agreement by and between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and Universal Coatings Incorporated. Mr.
Ms.
Metzler.
Jones, I need clarification.
As long as it's to resolve a confusion, yes.
Yes, the policy does not allow me to put anything on the agenda without the permission of the entire city council, so I'd be in violation of the policy.
Councilmember Gomez, I understand what you're saying, but as it relates to this, that would not be accurate. So Mr. Metzler, will you kindly tee up item 12?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item involves a change order being requested by staff relating to a project that was originally awarded by the city council in dealing with a large, what we call a wide body hangar out at SCLA. Among our greatest operating revenue source out at the airport, lease revenues is by far the largest revenue category. So we try to do as much as we possibly can to preserve those assets to make them viable for use by tenants. This particular hangar is a 1950s vintage military hangar that has underwent a number of improvements by the military during the course of its use. As we actually proceeded during the course of construction, as we started work on the hangar, we actually discovered a number of issues, including errors relating to reliance we had on as-built drawings. Because the as-built drawings that we were relying on to actually develop the original scope on this project were not accurate, it actually has triggered the need to consider some changes in the field. Because the nature of this change order exceeds the change order allowance authority that's provided in the purchasing code, is why this is being brought back for your consideration. There's some very technical details outlined in the staff report, and to the extent that they require further clarification, the author on this item is your airport director, Mr. Eric Ray, and he's certainly standing by for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the Board of Directors approve Amendment 1 to the construction agreement by and between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and Universal Coatings Incorporated for Building 676 Roof Replacement Project CC 21-035, increasing the term from 60 days to 110 days and increasing the compensation from $895,000 to $1,531,180 and adopt resolution number SCLAA 21-001 for an additional appropriation in the amount of $636,180.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're going to open this up to questions from council members to either Mr. Metzler or Mr. Ray. We have voluminous information attached to this agenda, so the chair invites questions of technical clarification to either Mr. Metzler or Mr. Ray. We'll begin with Member Gomez.
Yes, so this building is being leased, correct? That's why we see an increase in rental monies.
That's correct. Yes, it is.
Okay, is the leasing using the increase of compensation to pay for the cost of the replacement project roof?
Can you please repeat that?
Yeah, so it's my understanding that the increase of rent could possibly cover the 60% of the roof that needs to be applied, but I don't know if we're going to take it from the increase or the city is going to let them take a discount some. So I don't know how it's functioning. So I want to know how the deal goes.
This particular item with regard to this change order does not affect the lease rate of that building in so much as an existing lease is in place right now. So our tenant has a fixed lease for a period of years. The tenant expects a roof that doesn't leak. The roof that we had leaked in great proportion, very, very significant roof leak. So the price, their current rent, reflects a roof that is watertight. So it is expected for the revenue that they generate for them to have a roof that is indeed watertight. So we don't see a change per se there. What happens is that the building itself becomes more marketable, obviously, with a new roof, because there's a certainty that comes with a new roof that it won't have incidental leaks or things that need to be repaired in the near future. So there's less disruption to the tenant. But again, their expectation is that the landlord provides a watertight roof.
Oh, okay, got it. Thanks for that clarification. Would you detail how there's something in the report that says there was a misleading technical information that caused the project to be grossly underbid?
That's correct. So to a large degree, the intelligence of the information that we gathered about that roof's existing state was a combination of staff and contractors cutting cores into it, doing physical inspections, as well as doing research in the records, and the records indicated that in the as-built records, those are plans that were dated back to 1952 that showed their blueprints that showed how the building was constructed. It showed that the metal deck underneath the roofing that we could physically see from the top side, that metal decking was sloped to the drains. In fact, it was not. It was not sloped to the drains. And that did not become apparent, did not become visible until a large section, some 35,000 square feet of roof material. There were 3 layers of roofing material up there. When those were removed, then it became visible. We could see the metal decking, and at that point it became obvious that only the areas immediately around the drains sloped. Everything else did not slope. It was indeed completely flat.
Okay, so what caused, was there an inspection that caused someone to notice the gravity of the roof to make it a project to be able to render it more marketable for the leasing?
No, it wasn't noticed. The condition of that roof could not be noticed until the decking was exposed. So how was that discerned? The contractor looked at it and was suspect. They laser surveyed it, showed flat, and still weren't sure, went up and water tested it to confirm. So that's how it was found. It was found by the contractor being highly skilled and adept at this type of work and having exposed a large section that they were able to discern that this happened. This was not something that was discernible when we were standing on top of 3 layers of roofing material, waterproofing material, looking down upon it. It was only visible at such time that you got to the steel decking underneath the layers of water, of 3 layers of waterproofing.
Thank you. No further questions.
Great.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, any technical questions of clarification?
Yes, well, Councilwoman Gomez primarily asked some of the questions that I wanted to know. Just for my own edification, this change order is, quite a lot of money. Do you ever do an independent cost analysis?
We do, yes, indeed. Anytime that we don't bid something and have a direct apples for apples bid number from the construction community, we're not certain if that's a valid price. So therefore, we do an analysis. So in this case, I did analysis myself, and I recognized that one of the line items, we had a line item 109 that represented approximately $334,000. That was $334,000 for 2 inches of roof material. The design that we have here is going to yield us an average, now, because there's high sections and low sections, that's going to give us an average of just under 6 inches. So when you unitize the cost of the foam alone, we recognized that we were getting a good value. When we add to that the fact that the contractor has to install 12 new drains and has a considerable more labor, because picture a flat roof and you apply 2 coats of 1-inch foam on a flat roof, that's a lot less labor intensive than having to build a 10-inch ridge that slopes down at a very precise angle, as well as building the crickets. So they had to build 2 ridges and had to build these crickets. So there's a lot more labor involved. When I took all of that into account, I recognized that we received indeed a very fair price from the contractor.
Okay, that's not in this backup material though, right? The independent cost analysis. I was just looking for it for my own personal,
Right.
Just because I wanted to see numbers and how we got to the particular number where we're asking for a change order on the project. Okay, thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving, was that it for you?
That's it.
Thank you. Member Becerra, any technical questions for clarification?
Mr. Ray, what's the slope going to be once we get, I know it's a 70,000 square foot. I read that it's an eighth of an inch per foot slope, but what's the slope going to be at the center?
It's going to be 1/8 of an inch throughout, but it's all going to slope down to the drains, so I guess the slope would go from 10 inches at this highest point down to the lowest point.
Okay, so it's gonna be a 10-3, probably a 10-4 slope. All right, that's what I was looking for. While we're constructing the roof, are we gonna have to do anything to the tenant? Well, do anything to help the tenant while they're redoing the roof, or he'll be able to stay in working?
We've been able to accommodate them to work around them. They have not been able to put an airplane in there in that hangar, but their office staff has been able to continue to work in the offices underneath. So it's a bit of a tedious situation, but we're working with our tenant to try to resolve those issues.
All right, thank you very much to you and your crew out there, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Becerra. So
That's it.
certainly great questions from our council members on this item. All right, we're going to now open up the public comment period. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Valentin Godina.
Thank you. Mr. Godina?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm always curious when we have construction work here, do we have an industrial community up here that does any sort of buildings? Because if we don't, then I'm wondering why we need an engineer and a building permits department if we don't have anybody up here that does this kind of work. And if we do, what are we doing to help them participate in building our city? And if we haven't done anything, why haven't we? And when will we? When will we allow our community to participate in building our city, in sharing in the revenues that we produce so they stay here and further help our community's financial needs? That is all.
Thank you, Mr. Godina. Madam Clerk?
Those are all this, oh, Maggie Martin.
Thank you. Ms. Martin?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Yes, I'm in the chiming in mode right now tonight. I just heard the very good question asked by Mr. Godina, and I've asked myself the same question, and I'm not business minded like all of you higher level educated people. I'm not business minded about how business works, but it does occur to me that I'm guessing, and I'd like to suggest to the previous speaker, that possibly because I'm sure there's people up here that can build, absolutely, but they probably can't compete financially with a better bid than a larger outside organization. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Any further requests, Madam Clerk?
Those are all the speakers.
Okay, thank you. The public comment period is now closed, and the chair brings this item back to the council and invites a motion.
Madam Mayor, I motion that we approve Amendment 1 to the construction agreement by Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and the Universal Coding for Building 676 Roof Replacement Project CC21-035, increasing the term from 60 days to 110 days, increasing the compensation from $895,000 to $1,531,180, and adopt resolution number SCLAA 21-001 for an additional appropriation of the amount of $636,180.
Thank you. We have a first. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. We have a first and a second to take action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda. We'll now begin discussion as it relates to the motion, and I open it up to the mover, Member Becerra.
Madam Mayor, and let me know if I am wrong in doing this. Mr. McGee, when we go out to bid on all these large projects, we go out not only citywide, countywide, but sometimes we have to go out statewide to find a contractor that does this type of work, correct?
Good evening, Mayor Jones and members of the council. Yes, anytime we issue a bid for similar type projects, we're going to try to find as many responsive and responsible bidders as we can. These things are typically posted to construction bid boards. They are advertised in a number of different places, and we try to find anyone that is either local or or even non-local that would place a responsive and responsible bid.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that.
Thank you. So Member Becerra, normally this would be the time for comments, but as some points were made from members of our audience, there is some flexibility. So sometimes there is a need on an item to ask a follow-up question during the comment period, certainly.
Thank
All
you.
right, yes. Member Gomez, do you have any comments as it relates to the motion pending?
Would you clarify the motion we're on?
Yes, we are on item 12, and the motion is precisely what the recommendation is on the agenda.
Yes, I don't have further comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you, and I have none. Discussion's now closed, and Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has now taken action to adopt the recommendation set out on the agenda by staff. Next item is number 13, Amethyst Road Water Pipeline and Metering Facility Project Design and Environmental Services. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The Amethyst Pumping Station is a project on the Water District side of the house that we've been working on for quite some time. And this is helping us near the ultimate completion to where that facility will ultimately provide our system with 3 sources of water in that particular area. First, the original Baldy Mesa area is being serviced by this pump station by an interconnect with WID 1 or the old BVWD to actually help improve water quality. Of course, we can pump water directly from the ground there as well. And this would be the final step in the direction of the final phase, which would actually bring the 3rd source of water to that area of the city by designing a pipeline from the R-cubed MWA turnout to this location. This would also include the design of a metering station so we can actually meter the usage of reclaimed water, R-cubed water in that system. So with that, this item is recommending an award to Civil Tech Engineering for design service to help move us towards getting design plans in place, bid specs, so that we can move towards the next phase, which would be ultimately construction.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Victorville Water District Board of Directors approve the consultant professional services provider agreement with Civil Tech Engineering in an amount not to exceed of $176,318.40 for design and environmental services for the Amethyst Road Water Pipeline and Metering Facility Project.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'm going to open it up to council members to ask technical questions of clarification as it relates to the staff report. We'll begin with Member Gomez.
When and how did staff figure out the fiscal impacts being just shy of 170,000?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I'm going to defer that question to the author of the item, Mr. Brian Gangler, who's your city engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler and City Council. The fiscal impact is actually the same amount that the consultant contract is. So if you look in the fiscal impact section, it's roughly $176,000, and that would be the estimated fee for the design consultant to complete all the tasks that would ultimately bring this project to construction.
And what percentage of that amount that the city is going to be paying out is going to, let's say, the construction costs versus the labor costs versus, and then you can fill in the blanks?
So all of this $176,000 plus will be for professional services. None of it will be spent on construction. So it'll all be the professional services that are necessary leading up to the construction of the project.
So, as a regular layman speaking on behalf of the people, if I were looking at these amounts and I were shopping for things, but I had an accountability of a cohort of people, such as a team as you and the entire administration of Victorville, how can I, in good consciousness, if I don't understand the figures, go and tell people that this amount of money is what is just for this category and it doesn't include the cost of the material? How in good conscience can I go out and tell the people this? How would you do this?
It's not unusual for design and professional services, sometimes also including environmental, as this case, to be approximately 15% of the construction cost. And this is in line with that. So it's not at all unusual to pay 15% for professional services for a construction project.
So then are we going to say that that 15% of the construction equates to 100% of the $170,000 dollars?
Right now, we don't know what the construction costs will be. We will refine our estimate, and then ultimately after we bid the project, then we'll know the actual cost. But typically, as just a rule of thumb, I would say this is going to be about 15% of the construction cost of the project.
Okay, and when the department that is appropriate to vet the cost after the bidding processes, is there any kind of, I'm gonna say, legal conscience that we take when we're held accountable to dollars when they're being expended? So in other words, are we dealing with a private vendor who perhaps, and I'm not accusing the vendor, I'm just creating a hypothetical, the vendor were to be private and we're spending X amount of dollars because there is really not a good amount of civic engagers that are looking at the items and see what the cost is to counter check with other cities, or let alone other vendors that potentially could cost us much less money.
This fee is in line for typical design fees that we've had on another project. The hourly rates the consultant use are in line with other consultants that we've used. So I'm confident that this is a reasonable fee that they have requested.
Okay, and are we working on at all with the any type of consultation with, if it were possible, Mojave Water Agency as a collaborate?
Yes, we are. Actually, this project is meeting their design standards, and it will ultimately be connecting to their facility. And so, yes, we have been working with Mojave Water Agency on this project.
Are there any matching funds, or 100% comes from the general fund, or what other funds does this money come from?
This project is funded out of the Water Fund, Fund 410, which is a rate funded, which is funded out of water rates.
So 100% of it, right? Is that what you said?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, any questions for technical clarification?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra?
Mr. Gengler, I'm gonna just try to put this in as layman's terms so everybody understands. Basically, what we're hiring is an engineer firm to go out from point A to point B and draw up the specs, or the drawings, what we call them, to figure out how much, where, how deep it would be to put in a new water line needed for that area, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Also, this company doing that is not just some fly-by-night company. It has to be a company that's certified, and it's not because they're not local. We did not pick them, or they weren't local. We didn't go get them from somewhere else, correct?
That is correct. This company is well qualified in the services they provide.
Exactly, because they have to know what they're doing in the sense they're laying in a water pipeline. This same crew doesn't go out and just build a Target. They go out and they put in water lines. That's what they're specifically what they do, correct?
Yes, they have experience in similar projects to this one.
Thank you. Anybody they hire has to be DIR, which is with the state. They have to be certified, correct?
Well, this is a professional service.
Yes.
But
Prevailing wages.
any designs have to be under a licensed engineer by the state.
Thank you very much, sir. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra, and I have no questions. I'm going to open the public comment period up. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, Valentine Godina.
Thank you. Mr. Godina?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to give you a little background about myself. I grew up in a farm and I dealt with a lot of bulls, and I know what bulls do, and I know how to get around them. I also grew up.
Mr. Godina, does it relate to this item?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
And I grew up in a neighborhood that was heavily gang infested. So I know a punk who is trying to be a punk. And I know when someone is trying to outsmart me with their degrees. With that said, I will stop bothering the council if they can tell me when was the last time they hired somebody locally to do a job in the city that was in the millions, like they do these other contracts for the same 5 companies that seem to keep coming up. Give me the last time somebody locally was hired to do one of those jobs, and I'll leave you alone with those questions. That is all.
Thank you, Mr. Godina. Madam Clerk, any further requests?
No further speakers.
Thank you. So at this time, the public comment period is now closed. The chair brings the item back to the council and invites a motion.
Honorable Mayor, I move that the Victorville Water District Board of Directors approve the consultant professional services with civil tech engineering in the amount of not to exceed $176,318.40 for design and environmental services for the Amethyst Road Water Pipeline and Metering Facility Project.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. And the chair now invites discussion beginning with, on the pending motion, beginning with the mover, Member Becerra.
No questions.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, so today we're talking about a project, the Amethyst Road Water Pipeline and Metering Facility. A lot of you will also remember Enron. For those of you who remember Enron, they had a very large scandal as a company, and it reached dramatic heights only to face a fall. When questions are rendered about these issues, please know that today, many began to wonder then how this powerful business at the time was disintegrated just overnight. And as
Member Gomez, I'm going to caution
I'm
you.
sorry, I am
Member
talking
Gomez is
about
out of
it.
order and will suspend.
No,
Member Gomez is out of order and will suspend. So Member Gomez, I understand what you're saying. However, the discussion at this point is simply on the motion, whether we are going to approve the professional services contract. All of those other things are not appropriate for discussion at this point. So the chair urges you to move on.
so you're saying that I can't comment on the item because this is what we've always done.
You can comment on the pending motion, the motion that's on the floor at this point.
Well, I'm talking about Enron and the reason why we need to keep accountability to all that we're doing today. I understand that you don't like my opinion, but that doesn't mean.
Member Gomez will suspend and move on to whether or not, discussion as to whether or not we should approve the professional services provider agreement.
You mean call for the vote?
Member Gomez, at this point, we're having discussion on the motion on the floor.
It's my understanding that we've always had comments on the items. Are you changing it?
Member Gomez, to resolve this confusion that you have, so the questions that we originally have are technical questions of clarification in the broad sense of the agenda item. Once we move beyond that and we have an active motion on the floor, then our discussions now are narrowed to the pending motion, and that is established policy in our manuals. So we certainly want to hear from you if you want to weigh in on the motion pending on the floor.
Okay, so then you're saying that my discussion is not relevant unless I do it under public comments?
Again, Member Gomez, we're going to stick to the policy. Please confine your remarks to the motion pending on the floor, whether or not in your mind we should approve the services provider agreement.
Well, that's what I was talking about. I don't understand. I'm
Amron's not
telling you
local.
why I think so.
Okay, Member Gomez, at this point, please follow the directives of the chair or we're going to move on.
I already told you, that's why I made the comment that I made.
Okay, Member Gomez continues to be out of order and no longer has the floor. Mayor Pro Tem, and then I have no comments. So the discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action to adopt the recommendation from staff as set out on the agenda. Going to move on to item number 14, the water pipeline replacement projects, design services. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this item is brought to you by your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler, and that's to retain design engineering services for service line replacements or water line replacements. To relate this, this item effectively is a precursor. We do this somewhat routinely now, but this is a precursor to the actual construction. So if I tried to relate it to an actual project, the project that we approved in item 1 would have had to had gone under would have had this kind of design service. So effectively, we're asking you to approve a design contract. I think resulting from this design contract, you can expect probably later in this year us bringing back an item similarly natured to what we just did in 1, where we're actually working on the next set of service line replacements throughout the city.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the Victorville Water District Board of Directors approve the consultant professional services provider agreement with Albert A. Webb Associates in an amount not to exceed of $396,943.90 for completing design services for water pipeline replacement projects.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, now we're going to open it up for questions from council members, technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. And we'll begin with Member Gomez.
Yes, so I'm reading item number 14, which seems to be quite close to the former item, which is item number 13, which talks about the water pipeline metering facility project. But 14 speaks about the replacement of these projects, but we're talking about designs. Can you clarify the distinction between both of these items?
Yes, Madam Mayor, the previous item was specific to a pipeline that was intended to connect the MWA R-cubed turnout to the Amethyst pumping station, also installing a metering facility. This item before you is largely dealing with service line replacements in a particular location throughout the city. I believe it's largely the northeastern part of the community, Mojave, drive towards Evadale Park, Old Town area, basically to similarly replace older failing service lines and replace them with likely with copper.
Okay, is there a reason why, if these are similar items, they weren't conducted in the same item? Is it because of processing, or what is it?
We in this particular, we have a number of engineering firms that we work with, and in doing so, one of the things that we do to first keep them all honest and competitive in terms of pricing, we do like to work with a number of firms. And then secondly, I think the practical reason is we don't like to overburden one firm with a multitude of projects, so that we can make sure that the design work that we're asking for gets done timely and consistent with the schedule that allows us to build the actual projects when we need them to be built.
Okay. And then I'm looking at the budget items, two different budgets. Well, the budget account number and the budget amount. What are we differentiating between both of these figures? There's two figures, almost 200,000, no, 2 million. And then the 300 or 400,000 roughly. Are we dissecting it, making it one, the design process, and then another one, the budgeted amount that design project would come from?
The latter, the 2,097,000 is actually the budget line item, the approved budget line item in that particular account. So the fiscal impact of 396,943, the way this is written is that 396,943 will be drawn from the account that has the $2 million budgeted in it.
Okay, and then this looks to be another CIP project. I was trying to flip back quickly for the item where we talked about CIP reporting in the consent calendar, and I don't quickly see this item as a part of it. What is the process of adding CIP projects from the perspective of the council being a part of it, besides just looking at it and adopting it or not adopting and asking questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yeah, for the water district, the capital improvement planning is very systematic. And in fact, we just completed our 5-year capital improvement program for the next 5 years. And that plan is always required as a precursor to your rate study. And then ultimately that rate study becomes your rate plan as approved by the council. So this particular item likely is among those that were considered in the 5-year plan, the capital improvement plan of our current 5-year plan, which actually ends in, I believe it's June 30 of this year. So that's where this item would have been found, is in the capital improvement plan done about 5 years ago.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra, any technical questions for clarification?
No questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Yes, I do have a very basic question. Much like our federal projects, for the local funded projects, do we ever have, what I'm referring to DBE participation, do we ever have any small business enterprise participation goals?
That is a question I'm going to defer either to Brian or our finance director. I certainly am familiar with that under federal, but I'm not sure if we require that under local. Brian?
I think Mr. McGee could answer this as well as I could, but as a matter of fact, we had a recent discussion about the DBE requirements. I have a consultant that assists us with these requirements. But just to put it real simply, we only use DBE good faith efforts for federally funded projects. There are a number of transportation FHWA type funded projects that we're required to have DBE good faith efforts. And I know also for FAA funded projects such as a runway project. But But we do not use DBE good faith efforts for our locally funded projects.
And that encompasses small business enterprise participation as well.
Yes, yes, it does. That's part of the DBE program.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and I have no technical questions for clarification. With that said, I'm going to move on to the public comment period. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yeah, I would like to speak. I don't know how you want me to go about it.
Sure, Member Gomez, you wish to speak as a member of the public?
Yes, just make sure I go at the last person. I don't want to take anybody's turn.
Okay, certainly, Ms. Gomez. Are there any other requests, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Valentine Godina.
Thank you, Mr. Godina.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So as a common sense person, I hear a screaming need for a jobs training program in our city so that we can train our people to go and milk other cities of their budget, like other companies are coming and milking our budget for their personal gain, where we get absolutely no benefit because our people do not get hired. Our residents do not get any benefit of any of the jobs that are done here. What is our city engineer and our city manager doing to resolve these issues so that we can benefit, our residents can benefit from these jobs, and that we have job training for our residents, job programs. Again, we have crime because we don't have programs to prevent crime.
Mr. Godina, we're on item 14 on the water pipeline replacement project.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you're tying your remarks into the item. Thank you.
Okay. So why can't we have a water pipeline program training so that we can go and milk other cities for their budget like other companies come and milk ours? We need job training programs for our residents, for our kids, for our future. What is our city engineer doing about that? What is our city manager doing about that? When are we going to have some common sense? We have all the books marked, that is great, but you need common sense. You don't learn that in a university. Common sense is what's needed. When are we going to have common sense and start gaining some benefits for our citizens, for our residents, and for our city? From all these jobs, from all these millions of dollars that go out. They come out of my pocket just to go to somebody else. I don't mind them coming out of my pocket. They need to stay here to continue educating my youth and my residents so that they can gain job experience so we can keep our local dollars here. Common sense. When are we going to have common sense? Bring common sense to the council, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godina. Are there any further requests besides Ms. Gomez?
No other speakers.
Okay, so Ms. Gomez, you can now comment as a member of the public.
Yes, so my name is Blanca Gomez and I'm a sitting council member for all of you that need to be reminded. The item that I'd like to place my comments is on item number 14. Since I wasn't able to do that on 13, I'll be practicing that from now on. So I'm looking at the consultation services for completion of a design for projects, and I'm not seeing how the water fund necessarily makes its money. So I can just presume based from former experience that the water fund gains its monies through a schedule of fee where we charge our rate consumers, our water, residential, commercial, and industrial members to basically chip into this water fund so that we can enable probably operations and maintenance to create design services which are rendered by consultants or professional services that we see as forth. And with that said, I also like to add that, again, looking at the CIP water pipeline replacement, I wasn't sure how that water pipe replacement became a CIP, if it was just basically after so many years, we actually add this on, or if there's like this little plan, because I know we had a master plan in the city's goals, visions, and mission, and I don't remember that we added this particular item. So if I could be reminded, you can place stuff in my inbox, and if you don't want to place stuff in my inbox, I can definitely send, as a council member, a couple of questions if they're not directed, because I know the Brown Act does allow for the individuals of the city council and the administration to respond. However, it's quite often that they're very untransparent and accountable and do not like to respond to these things. So talking as a member, I'm also talking on behalf of many of my constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. And as a reminder to our audience, when any council member speaks as a member of the public, they do not speak with the with any perceived authority as a council member. And so it would be up to members of the public to decide what weight they want to give the comments of any member of the public. All right, so the public comment period is now closed. The chair brings this item back to the council and invites a motion.
Councilwoman Blanca Gomez goes ahead and makes the recommendation as stated by staff on the item that we're on.
Thank you. We have a first by member Gomez. Is there a second?
I'll let her vote on the motion.
Second it.
Second. I just heard a comment about council member being able to vote on this. My understanding is that she can't comment as a council member on this, but is still able to vote. Mr. Dbornowski?
That is correct. That is consistent with the policy manual.
Okay, good. I don't know who said that, so I wanted to make sure it wasn't you. Thank you. And I'm sorry, who made that second?
I did.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving, thank you. All right, so now we're going to get into discussion as to the pending motion on the floor. We're not, normally I would begin with the mover, but in this case, it's Councilmember Gomez who's already spoken on this item and is necessarily prevented from speaking again. So we'll begin with Member Becerra.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any comments, Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
No comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have none. And so the discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones. Mayor Jones,
Oh, I'm sorry, aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. All right, so the Victorville Water District Board of Directors has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda. We're now going to move to item 15, participation agreement with the San Bernardino County Flood Control District to convey surplus county land to the city of Victorville. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this item is dealing with real property that's necessary to complete the assemblage to ultimately allow for the construction of our wellness and recuperative care center. It's believed that through the acquisition of this, we'll be one step closer to being project ready. The author on this item is Scott Webb, your city planner, and he can answer any detailed questions you have with respect to this item.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council adopt resolution numbers 20-109 and 21-003, approving the participation agreement with the San Bernardino Flood Control District to purchase district property, authorizing the city manager to finalize all documents needed to purchase the district property in an amount not to exceed $70,000, authorizing the city manager to amend the underlying common use agreement with the district to exclude the subject property conveyed in the city and amending the annual budget for fiscal year 2020 through 2021 to reflect an additional appropriation in the amount of $42,000.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So now we're going to open it up to questions from the council members that are technical in nature on the staff report. And we will begin with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra. Any technical questions?
Yes, this question is for Mr. Metzler. Mr. Metzler, this is property purchasing to go forward with the homeless, what are we calling it? I'm sorry. The homeless park we're going to put down there, correct?
The Wellness and Recuperative Care Center, yes.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry about that. Yes, sir. Okay. That's all it is. Thank you. No other questions.
Thank you. And Member Gomez, do you have any technical questions of clarification for Mr. Metzler or Mr. Webb?
So I'm looking at the background here for the experiencing homeless, and it has an address for Eva Dale Park. Would you tell me a little bit more in terms of the background, how this wellness center will be addressing the homelessness issue?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I really don't want to steal any of Mr. Webb's thunder because he's been working so tirelessly as our lead on this project. So I'd like Scott to go ahead and answer that question.
Thank you, City Manager, and good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Yes,
Mr. Webb, can I just ask you to hold on for 1 second? And I'm
Sure.
so sorry to interrupt, but so I certainly would like you to respond to this question, but will you please tie it into context of the participation agreement? That's the nature of this agenda item.
Yes, thank you. So the question that Councilmember Gomez brought up related to the wellness center. Obviously, to construct a wellness center, we need to have site control. And of the 4-acre site for the wellness center, the majority of it is already owned by the city of Victorville. However, there's about 3/4 of an acre that we need mainly for primary access to the planned wellness center. And that's indicated in graphics in attachment A. But it is somewhat of a missing link that we cannot really go without to plan this facility property in this location.
Yeah, and in terms of going back to it's the location map where we're making a purchase for this property for $70K. Where is this money coming from? General funds? What accounts?
Thank you. So it's based on the proportion of land that we plan to use for the wellness center, and which is about 40% of the 1.85 acres that we plan to convey to the city. 40% of that, 3/4 of an acre, is for the planned wellness center site. That will be funded. The purchase of that, which is $28,000, will be funded through the permanent local housing allocation grant that the city was awarded by the state last year. That's a yearly allocation. The city has funds for that. It does fund for the pre-development and site acquisition. As it relates to the remainder of the 1.85 acres that we plan to convey, that will be purchased through recreational development impact fees.
Okay, and then looking at the participation agreement, how many dollars in terms of from what categories are we bringing in monies? I heard something about federal, I'm presuming state, perhaps county. Where are we pulling those dollars from?
So the $28,000 that will fund the purchase of the portion that will be the wellness center, that's coming from the state grant, which is called the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Grant. The other remaining portion of the site which will remain as a recreational grass field for part of Avondale Park. That will be funded through local development impact fees that are funded by new development in the city.
Okay, and then where can I look at so I'm thinking page 255, that's the participation agreement. Is there any other pieces that are missing that would help build the entire piece of what transpires, since I don't sit in those meetings with staff or negotiations?
Well, specific to this item,
yes.
This is just for the conveyance of property to the city. If you have some more specifics on the project as a whole, as far as the wellness center, I can get you that information. But as far as this land transaction, I believe everything's been provided in the staff report and attachments.
Okay, so since this is, it seems like it's a non-contested land transaction for the purposes of aiding our homeless populations. In those discussions held within the participation agreement, were there wraparound services and an actual delineated plan on how we're going to be bringing homeless and from where and how we're going to vet them?
Not specific to this participation agreement. This participation agreement is just for the land transaction. The flood control district has already deemed this property to be a surplus piece of land that they're willing to support the sale to the city. I think what you're referring to is more, which will come at a later date when we bring forward to the council a service agreement with a lead operator that would operate the facility.
Okay, and then finally with the land transaction, will this land transaction facilitate any permitting processes for development of, let's say, units that would be brought up, or is it that's something else besides this participation agreement?
This participation agreement will allow for the city to have site control, which will make it easier for us to develop the wellness center, which includes a number of interim housing units to help the homeless population of our city.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And I have no questions. With that said, we're going to open up the public comment period. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, Maggie Martin.
Thank you. Ms. Martin.
Yes, thank you again for allowing me to speak, Madam Mayor and Council. Just a couple of quick questions. First of all, I don't have access, I cannot access the backup agenda items agenda documents. So I'm going to ask this question. Maybe a staff member can get back to me on this. I'm assuming that this wellness center has some tie-in to the people, the homeless people that might be here forthcoming, living in the housing that the city has contracted to get built. From what I remember in a previous meeting, it's supposed to start this month. Of course, I don't know if that's happened or not. There's always delays. That's normal. And there was another question, just a moment. Give me a second to think of what it was. So I assume there's that connection between the two. And if I'm wrong, I would definitely like someone to tell me that and how they're separated. And another question I have is for council members. I'm hearing a lot of questions that I believe, without being able to look at the backup documents myself, believe that many other questions that they're taking time of the public and of the council that they're asking can be answered in the backup agenda items. So that's my question and my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Madam Clerk, any further requests?
Valentin Godina.
Thank you, Mr. Godina.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I hear land acquisitions, I hear eminent domain, and I've heard this since about 2013 when the city took over the library and the responsibilities of the library. The city has used eminent domain to acquire a lot by the Air Force Base from a private citizen to install solar panels. The city has used land acquisition to extend Green Tree for the benefit of some residents who are in need up in Ridgecrest. The city has found $2 million to build a skate park to benefit people who ran for city council who were their friends, McCreekran and Negrete, but they cannot find $1 million to repair the street in front of the library, 800 feet that is needed. Instead, they put up a sign that directs the people to the wellness center parking lot. It tells the people library's up ahead, and then there's another one that directs them into the parking lot of the wellness center. But they were able to put concrete blocks blocking off the entrance to the library. Yes, it is. Would you like pictures? I invite everybody who's here to go to the
Mr.
library.
Godina, please address your comments to the council only, please.
Council, please go to the library and see the barricades that are put in front of the library. Please see the sign on 7th and Circle that says library up ahead. And then at the wellness center, see the sign that says library here into the wellness family center parking lot. That is not the library. Why can't we find the money to repair that street? All of this that I mentioned was Proposition P. We found the money before we enacted Proposition P, and now we use the excuse that we can't do anything because we don't have Proposition P money.
Mr. Godina, I'm going to bring you back to the agenda item, please.
It is the agenda item. Use my money for my benefit. Use my tax dollars for my benefit and my city residents' benefits. Common sense here.
Thank you, Mr. Godina. Any further requests, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Ramiro Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yeah, I just agree with Mr. Godina. Clarification of how the library is doing, and I stand with him. Most of the people that are representing us.
Mr. Rodriguez, can you hold for just a moment? Madam Clerk, will you kindly stop the clock? So, Mr. Rodriguez, we are on item number 15, which has to do with a participation agreement.
Yes.
If you would kindly address your remarks to that particular item, it'd be appreciated. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please start the clock again.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I'll just save it for another question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I appreciate your cooperation. Are there further requests?
Derek Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
Yes, I was responding to item number 17 on homelessness. I might be on the wrong side.
We're not there yet. Couple items away.
Okay, sorry about that.
Nope, no worries at all, Mr. Marshall. We look forward to hearing from you. Madam Clerk, any other requests?
No other requests.
Yes, Councilwoman Gomez would like to speak.
Okay, Councilmember Gomez cannot speak as in public comment. She may as an audience member. Is that what you wish to do, Member Gomez?
I'm asking to speak during the public comment section.
You certainly may as a member of the audience and not a council member. So
my time?
You are recognized to speak as a member of the public.
So my name is Blanca Gomez and I'm a council member. It doesn't matter what you say, I still speak on behalf of the people. So my comment here has to deal with the participation agreement. I've recently found out that this city site is going to be controlling housing units for a lot of our homeless populations. But to the table, it wasn't drawn clearly how these housing units through the participation agreement would definitely help out the populations that are homeless. In doing all of this that we're talking about, I believe during my listening tour with homeless individuals, they're not looking at these means to really help them, to house them. So I don't understand how this council cannot talk to or be able to speak and comment on things that are directly affecting the homeless populations. And so as I speak, it baffles me to see how we want to redirect the opinions of people saying that we're not talking on item number 15, which we are. So luckily,
Councilmember
we do
Gomez,
have a voice.
Ms.
And
Gomez,
I'm sorry, I wish not to be interrupted.
Ms. Gomez, you will suspend. Madam
I
Clerk,
wish
please
not
stop
to
the
be
clock.
interrupted.
Ms. Gomez, you will suspend. Thank you for muting her. So we are speaking on item number 15 specifically, and if you'll kindly confine your remarks to that agenda item, it would be much appreciated. Madam Clerk, please start the clock again, Ms. Gomez.
And they were confined. You just have a power hoarding. And that's all it is. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gomez. And again, Ms. Gomez does not speak with the authority of a council member when she speaks as a private citizen. And so now the public comment period is closed. Chair brings the item back to the council and invites a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I'm so sorry.
That's
Yes,
fine.
I'd like
That's
to move
fine.
to adopt resolutions numbers 20-109 and 21-001, approving the participation agreement with the San Bernardino Flood Control District to purchase district property, authorizing the city manager to finalize all documents needed to purchase the district property in an amount not to exceed $70,000, authorizing the city manager to amend the underlying common use agreement with the district to exclude the subject property conveyed to the city, and amending the annual budget for fiscal year 2020-2021 to reflect an additional appropriation in the amount of $42,000.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. And just to clarify, I hope I just misheard you, but I want to make sure that the resolution numbers are 20-109 and 21-003. Is that your intent?
That would be correct. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
I'll
Mayor Pro Tem.
second.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilwoman Becerra, second. Oh,
Okay,
you got it.
thank you. Member Becerra seconded it. Seconded it. Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second to adopt the recommendations set out on the agenda. We're now going to have discussion as it relates to the pending motion. And we'll begin with Member Becerra.
No comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you. And Member Gomez is precluded from speaking on the item as she already spoke as a member of the public, and I have no comment. That being said, discussion is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So the council's just taken action to adopt the recommendation as it was set out on the agenda by staff. All right, moving on to item number 16. Center for the Arts Restoration Construction Agreement. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Sadly, the Center for the Arts had actually been subjected to fire, underwent damage, and we have had to go through the process of assessing the damage and identifying the appropriate repairs, going out for bid. This was turned over to our insurance provider. And with that, we're actually drawing on insurance proceeds to fund all of the rehab. There's a $10,000 deductible that's required to be paid out of the general fund. This item was authored by your building and fire official, Mr. Kevin Collins. He can answer any more detailed questions as it relates to this item.
All right, Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendation, please?
That the city council approve the construction agreement with Balfour Property Restoration in the amount not to exceed $356,003.97 for the restoration to Center of the Arts, and adopt resolution number 21-005, authorizing an amendment to the annual budget for fiscal year 2020-2021 to reflect the additional appropriations of revenue and expenses in the amount of $346,003.97.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now we're going to open it up for questions from our city council members. Technical questions of clarification, of course, as it relates to our staff report. We'll begin with Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you. Member Gomez, any technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report?
So my question here comes in, I'm looking at a cost that was incurred by the eviction process. Do we have that number allotted?
Cost for what?
Cost for the eviction processes?
For eviction?
Yes, on the report here, it states that there was a couple of these done by code enforcement.
From the grass.
I'm sorry, but I don't know what your question is regarding eviction.
Okay, would you like me to read it to bring clarification? Because this is on the report. I'm only going by what's on the report.
Councilmember Gomez, could you cite the page number? Maybe that would be helpful.
So yeah, so it's the very first page on the very end. It talks about the homeless eviction, and it talks about property and the living situation.
Yes, that there was some homeless issues, correct.
Yeah, so I just inquiring about possible costs because that's not a part of the reporting.
I do not have those costs for the actual evictions.
Okay.
George,
My
it's
next-
living on the grass.
Member Becerra does not have the floor and will suspend. Go ahead, Member Gomez.
The next question is related to there's sustainable vandalism, and I see that there's accusatory remarks on the homelessness. Do we have criminal records citing this so that we can for sure know that this is the cause?
I do not have the criminal records that are recording that, but I know we have had code enforcement involved in removing the homeless from their premises.
By any chance, do you happen to know if there's any circumstantial evidence that you can bring forth if a council member were to request that information in relation to the Center for Arts?
I would have to look, have to request if there's any convictions or anything, I would have to get with the sheriff's department on that.
Okay, got it. My next question is, when I'm presuming that we did a cost analysis for the restoration of this particular center and the amount not to exceed, these are my presumptions. So my question is, if I were not to presume, how was this figure, the figure that it came out to be?
This figure came from a consulting service that specializes in the restoration for historical points of interest structures. And that expert walked the building and determined the cost estimate for all the repairs.
And so I'm gonna presume that the repairs of the center were accumulated to be no more than the figure that's not to exceed in front of the reporting. Is that accurate?
There could be some unforeseen things that get uncovered during the construction. But as of right now, the cost estimate that we got from the contractor is the $356,000.
Okay. And do you know who the participants were for the construction agreement? Was it only city employees, or did we have other employees outside or nonprofit organizations that were a part of this? maybe the labor force. I think it's not the labor force. They're called the task force of homelessness or on homelessness. Were they involved?
No, they were not involved.
Okay, so just like city employees, but no external
This,
collaboration?
because it's an insurance project, the insurance and their adjusters were involved.
Oh, okay. So maybe if you maybe then I'm just reading the reporting a little different from you. I didn't see this as a type of insurance claim. So would you mind briefly telling me what does that mean in terms of me looking at the submittal today?
As far as the fire damage, because the insurance was involved with it, they came out, they contacted their claims adjusters to go out there and walk the building. And then they gave their recommendation for people they have worked with in regards to this type of construction and restoration. And actually there was 2 of them that walked the job and bid it. Only one submitted a bid, and that's what we have before you today.
Okay, so is the Center for the Arts a property for this? It belongs to the city of Victorville?
Correct.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, do you have any technical questions for clarification of Mr. Metzler or Mr. Collins?
No, I do not.
Thank you. And I just have one question, and either of the gentlemen can answer it. So this Center for the Arts is a historical point of interest, isn't it? Is that correct? So there was a little more involved in handling this with the insurance companies?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that said, we're going to go ahead and move to the public comment period. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, Valentine Godina.
Thank you, Mr. Godina.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I heard Mr. Collins mention that the Learning Center is a historical location. Not only is it a historical location, it is a community need to prevent crime. Just like the entire downtown area is a historical location, just like the library is a historical location and is a public need to prevent crime. How do you determine what is a historical location and what deserves consideration to be brought up to modern use? Can anybody explain that to us, the residents, what the city council or the city manager uses to assess this will be considered a historical location and a need for the community? This is not. Can someone explain that to us, the residents? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godina. Madam Clerk?
Maggie Martin.
Ms. Martin?
Thank you. Once again, Madam Mayor and Council, thank you for allowing me another opportunity to speak. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I got to tell you, because it's so rare. This issue with the homelessness and the burning of the Arts Center, it distressed me because I saw it come out in social media and other platforms that it was just flat out said that everybody said, meaning the public out there who chimed in, on everything. It's the homeless who did it, the homeless who did it. And here's the thing, pardon me. This is the thing with that. I take offense to that, maybe because my background is in a little bit there in law, as opposed to the average person. Where you all sitting up there have your expertise, I have mine, believe me. So I want to explain this, but not for the council members, but for anyone who's listening tonight or in the future to this meeting. It's unfounded, to the best of my knowledge, not having seen anything published publicly that says otherwise, meaning a sheriff's department Facebook video or VVPD video, tweet, whatever you want to call it. Excuse me. So it's unfounded. And that's a legal term in law enforcement, which means not substantiated with basically any shred of credible evidence.
Okay,
So
Miss
I'm with
Martin,
Ms. Gummer.
Miss Martin, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Can you pause for just a moment? Madam Clerk, will you please stop the clock? So Miss Martin, I'm going to bring you back to item 16. This is related to the approval of a construction agreement for the restoration of the property. And I understand what you're saying, but can I bring you back to the agenda item? Madam Clerk, will you please start the clock again?
Yes, Madam Mayor, and thank you for bringing me back on track. I was going to finish up with that. So I'm definitely supportive of this construction contract. Something else I want to point out, because there's a difference between a public place of interest or a city point of interest, like the library. That's not a historical place of interest like the art center is, or other monuments within the city, the old school down there off of 5th or 6th. Those are historical places of interest. Library is just a library. So I'm done, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Martin. Madam Clerk?
No other speakers.
Thank you. The public comment period is now closed. The chair brings this item back to the council and invites a motion.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I move that we approve the construction agreement with Belfour Property Restoration and the amount not to exceed $356,003.97 for the restoration to the Center for the Arts, and adopt resolution number 21005, authorizing an amendment to the annual budget for fiscal year 2020-2021 to reflect the additional appropriation of revenues and expenses in the amount of $346,003.97.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Is there a second? The chair seconds.
There we go.
So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, a second by the chair to adopt a staff's recommendation. We're going to now move into the discussion period as it relates specifically to the motion, and we'll begin with Mayor Pro Tem Irving since she moved the item.
I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez.
None.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra.
None.
Thank you, and the chair has none. Discussion is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you, and the council's just taken action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda. We now move on to item number 17. Acceptance of homeless housing assistance and prevention, that's HHAP grant. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Staff has applied for and been awarded funds that we refer to as HHAP. We applied to the County of San Bernardino's Continuum of Care and been awarded those funds to help further our efforts in pursuing the ultimate build out of our wellness and recuperative care center. So this particular item established appropriations on the revenue side and on the expense side to supplement those efforts that we're undertaking. Scott Webb is your city planner. He's the author on the item, and he's available to answer any more pointed or detailed questions you have regarding this item.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
Sorry. That the city council adopt resolution number 21-001 attachment A and 21-004 attachment B, authorizing the acceptance and allocation of HHAP funds in the amount of $300,000, authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute all documents and as deemed necessary to facilitate receipt and use of the HHAP funds, and authorizing an amendment to the annual budget for fiscal year 2020-2021 to reflect an additional appropriation of revenues and expenditures in the amount of $300,000.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we're going to open it up for questions from the council members to either Mr. Metzler or Mr. Webb as it relates directly to the staff report. We're looking for any questions to clarify that report. And we'll begin with Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, so the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Grant, you're saying was funded by the Continuum of Care. Is that off?
Yes, I can handle that question. Again, good evening, Mayor and council members. The Continuum of Care is the county organization that is responsible for distributing these state funds. But the funds actually do come from the state. They were appropriated in this past year's state budget.
Okay, and then my following question is, we have a one-time approximate amount of $300,000. Is that amount, with that amount, how many units, because I'm perceiving it's only 4 units, but it may not be, can be approximately built for how many individuals per unit, if a unit is considered one?
Yes, thank you for that question. Actually, when we embark on trying to build a facility like this, we don't expect one funding mechanism such as this grant to fund the entire construction. When we applied for this grant, we were also seeking the state home key grant, which would fund the majority of the construction. We ultimately had to pass on that funding due to the timing, but the governor plans to also fund that program again. So we do have our sights set on obtaining more grant funding for the ultimate construction of the facility. The current plan is a 168 bed facility, which is approximately a little less than $150,000 a unit.
Okay, and so if the construction, I mean, 300,000 looks like it's just a supplement to other fundings that we're going to either ask or we're going to use based on Measure P, perhaps general fund dollars, which I presume, and any others that allow for the construction. So for the 168 beds, approximately, if we're looking at a unit, how much would that cost? If we're going to house one person at a time, that equals 160. What's going to be the cost for that? Do you know, per homeless person?
Okay, so Mr. Webb, I want to make sure that when you reply to this, that it's tied in directly to this. This item is just about accepting a grant and amending our budget. So if there's, a desire to talk more about those kinds of particulars, certainly we can. Councilmember Gomez can request to have this as an item on the agenda, and we can get into those kind of particulars. But please go ahead, Mr. Webb.
Sure, thank you. So with this grant, I would consider it like as you layer a cake, we need to come up with the different layers of funding for the ultimate project. Right now, based on the direction that the council gave in late 2019 when they adopted the strategic action plan, they directed staff to seek funding opportunities. And in this case, the HHAP grant allows us to use these fundings for the wellness center, or the navigation center, as some may say. And with this HAP grant, we have a couple of years to expend those funds. We have up until May of 2025 to expend all of the funds. So we're starting that process the council gave direction on, and ultimately we would bring forward a item at a later date, hopefully with full amount of construction funding available, so you can see that breakdown. Because at this point we don't have a clear cost per unit because we are not ready to issue a construction contract, and we're still assembling the funding mechanisms for the ultimate project.
Okay, so right here it says also that fundings are provided on a reimbursable basis. If we don't have enough, what is the mechanism between? And my question is very relevant because item number 17 talks about a grant. No council member should be voting on a grant unless they understand the intricacies, and this is not a piecemeal information bit of it. So I appreciate the fact that you continue to call it the grant, but right here I'm looking at funds are provided on a reimbursable basis. Are we putting monies outside of this grant?
Well, as far as a reimbursable grant goes, at the point that we expend the funds, we will show receipt of those expenses to the continuum of care, and we will be reimbursed for that. We're guaranteed those funds based on a forthcoming contract if the council chooses to accept this grant.
Okay, and then another question. So we're talking about the continuum of care. Is that in any way tied to the point in time count? Because it's referred to as a continuum of care as well.
Correct. The San Bernardino County Continuum of Care, also known as the Office of Homeless Services, they're the ones that facilitate the appointing time count each year.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
I'm sorry, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and the chair has none. So we're going to open up the public comment period. Madam Clerk?
Maggie Martin.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Thank you again for indulging me, Madam Mayor and Council. I got to be honest with you, not being a business person, not really understanding, I'm beginning to, and I'm grateful for this council because I'm learning things here about grants. I want to tie the two items together. So, excuse me, just prior to Christmas, the Daily Press came out with an article about the homeless, I guess they call it the warming shelter out at SCLA, the West Wind Sports Center. And it was a request for food for, Christmas dinner. So I'm out there on Christmas morning. And oh, by the way, I spoke to the volunteer director, Monica Fiesel, a couple of times. And I went out there on Christmas morning and did what other people were doing, good people who care about those less fortunate themselves, and took some food items out there, which was my joy and my pleasure. And if not the highlight of my Christmas day, it really was. And I was given a tour. I asked, and I got to take a couple pictures. I asked permission, of course, but I got a tour and I saw what was lacking. Monica pointed out the things that were lacking. And then I was asking her, well, how long were they going to be there? And she said, well, they were new in the lease.
So my apologies, Ms. Martin, and
okay.
Kindly stop the clock. Ms. Martin, I'm going to bring you back to the agenda item. We're specifically talking about a particular grant for the homeless housing assistance program. If I can bring you back to the agenda item, I'd sure appreciate it. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you start the clock again, please?
Of course, Madam Mayor. I am trying to tie them two together because the grant thing is very new to me, even though I've heard about it many times during years of council meetings. So I'm trying to understand how grants are granted, if that's not redundant. How grants are granted? Do you have to apply for it? How does it work? And let's just use the place out at Westlands as an example, for just example only. So if they've got the place, but they're in need of items like a commercial size stove or what have you, how can they solicit the city for monies to get those things, to further assist whatever the needs of the population are. And it's applicable to the agenda item in that I would ask the same question. So I would like to ask if the chair might be inclined to ask a staff member to call me, because I'm interested in how it all works, because then I understand and I can speak more intelligently to the subject. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Madam Clerk?
The next speaker is Romero Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yeah, it's all good and well, these $300,000 provided by Governor Newsom with Bill AB 101. The thing is that Councilwoman Gomez touched it, but it wasn't really answered correctly about the reimbursable basis, the funds. And also it's an unbudgeted revenue for it could be used for pre-development. So what that means, that reimbursable basis, the monies can be used for different agencies. It can be transferred to different agencies. Doesn't really among agencies as payments for other services that they might be required. For example, it can be used as consulting service to do a study and where a building might go, and that could use up $150,000 for one consulting service, $150,000, and boom, that's $300,000 right there. So there is no guarantee. This money is not immune from being used as for another agency for catered lunches, 26, 16,000 or whatever at a time. So that's the question right there. What guarantees are there that these money, since it says they're provided on a reimbursable basis? Is there something that has been drawn up? Some kind of project that's going to be built on this, or this money can be used already for something that's already in the works? But one of the things I just want to tell, that this money comes with very few strings attached, and it can be used for other agencies. Can be used for, I guess they might even be able to use it for police department. They might even use it for raises or for more paper. Just be very careful on that, because not for nothing, our city doesn't have the best track record for being as honest with us as possible. So I'm just read it twice, and just that chapter is the one, that paragraph is the one that really just made me question everything. So is there going to be somebody in charge of making sure those $300,000 are really administered correctly, or just going to be used for some consulting service to somebody? That's what the funds are provided on a reimbursable basis. Hit me with that interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Madam Clerk?
The next speaker is Blanca Gomez.
Ms. Gomez speaking as a member of the public.
Councilmember Gomez having the opportunity to comment on the item. So the
Councilmember
homeless
Gomez
shelter-
is Councilmember, Madam Clerk, please stop the clock. Ms. Gomez, you are speaking as a private citizen, not as a council member, nor with the authority of a council member. Please proceed. Madam Clerk, you can start the clock again.
My name is Blanca Gomez, and I'm the council member of the city of Victorville, public commenting on the homelessness issue on number 17. The homeless shelter and the warming shelter in Victorville has
Madam
been
Clerk,
witness
kindly
to
stop the clock. Blanca Gomez is speaking as a private citizen, not as a council member. Let the record show that. If that is stated again, the chair will withdraw the floor from the speaker and we will move on. Madam Clerk, kindly start the clock again.
Let the record reflect that I am a council member speaking on public grounds as my First Amendment right. So the homeless shelter and the warming shelter in Victorville has been witnessed to be bringing alleged homeless people.
Councilmember Gomez, pause for just one moment. Madam Clerk, stop the clock. Mr. Dubornowski, can I have you weigh in on this, please?
Well, first off, it should be clear that she is not representing the city council, which I think you have made clear. Also, I don't think the item relates to the homeless shelter. This discussion is more directly the use of and receipt of these funds.
Thank you, Mr. Dvorinowski. So with that said, Ms. Gomez, will you kindly bring yourself back to the agenda item before us? And speaking as a private citizen, Madam Clerk, you can start the clock again. Thank you, Ms. Gomez.
So the homeless shelter and the warming shelter in Victorville have been witnessed to be bringing alleged
Okay,
homeless
the
people. You're
member
not
of the
letting me
audience is
finish.
out of
It
order.
is
Madam
relevant.
Clerk, will you kindly mute the audience member? The floor has been removed from the speaker. We're going to move on. Madam Clerk, are there any other requests to speak?
Yes, Derek Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Welcome.
Oh, sorry, I just had to unmute myself there. Sure, I had a quick question with regard to, I'm referencing the attachment C, part 7. I've been doing mutual aid out in some of the encampments for the past couple of days, and we noticed that there was a notice to vacate on one of the encampments at Paiute and Cottonwood. And referring to attachment C, point 7, talking about trespassing in private property, it seems here in point 7 that there's some allowance, or there may be some allowance to potentially to basically have some allowance to not clear out the encampment at Paiute and Cottonwood. And so I wanted to address the council tonight and ask the council if it would in any way, shape or form be possible to consider not clearing out the encampment, given that there was a woman that froze to death a few weeks ago. She was in her 40s. And I'm just, I'm having some concern because according to the code statement that was placed at the encampment, it was making reference to trash and different types of things. And as we've been cleaning up over the past couple of days, we've noticed that there have been water heaters, tires, flat screen TVs, things that obviously were not brought to the encampment. And so based on attachment C.7, I'm wondering if the council could consider perhaps delaying the clearing of that encampment.
Okay, so Mr. Marshall, I thank you for your comments. We're most focused on the intent of this item, which is the grant monies. But if you would like to speak further in the formal public comment period, we would be happy to hear from you on that.
Perfect.
And we're not able to answer questions per se, but to the extent that we can help you after the meeting, we certainly will. And we appreciate your comments, Mr. Marshall. Okay, Madam Clerk, any other requests?
Valentin Godina.
Mr. Godina.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank the city council for addressing the homeless. I also want to remind the city council that I've been on record many times requesting that the city council use the Air Force Base as the center for the homeless center. Instead, they used the transportation center that I had been requesting be used as a substation. And what that got us was a loss of grants, a lot of money, millions of dollars that were squandered because our city manager refused to listen to us, the voters, and put the homeless center at the transportation center instead of the substation, instead of using the Air Force Base, which is now being used for the homeless. Why aren't the homeless being transported to the Air Force Base like they said they
Mr.
were?
Godina, I'm going to bring you back to the agenda item, which is about the grant before us.
The grant was given to help the homeless. The grant was given to supply the homeless with an area to stay. And we've been squandering grant money that could have been used a long time had you listened to us, the voters, and have been placed the shelter at the air base like I had suggested in the beginning. Now we had lost the high-speed rail from Victorville to Vegas because they didn't want to have anything to do with the transportation center with the homeless people there. We lost the high-speed rail, We lost all that grant money when we could have put it at the airbase like it was suggested years before. When is the city council going to hold the manager accountable to us, the voters? When is the city manager going to listen to us? And when are we, the voters, going to have the right to address him as voters as to whether he's doing his job correctly in our best interest? Why don't we have that right? Why does the city manager decide how our money is going to be used, how our future is going to look like, without us having a voice and a direction in it? You, the city council, are who we voted in to do that. If you're not doing that, then why are we paying you? Why are you benefiting from my tax
Madam
money?
Mayor, point of order.
State your point, please, Member Becerra.
What does this have to do with the 300,000?
Okay, so Member Becerra,
You're
presuming
wasting
that,
my tax dollars.
Mr. Godina, please pause. Madam Clerk, kindly stop the clock. Member Becerra, I'm presuming you're acquainting yourself with the policy manual. The member is correct and that we should be speaking directly to the agenda item. Your point is well taken. Mr. Godina, you will please speak directly to the agenda item. Madam Clerk, please restore the clock.
Madam Mayor, he is out of time now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Godina. Further requests?
Tanya Villalobos.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, I just had a question or a comment, I guess, in regards to the 300,000, because it doesn't seem to like sufficiently address the issues that are going on with the homeless community. Like a lot like what Derek was mentioning, you know, there's just I think that there's a bigger population of homeless people than the city is aware of. And even with this plan in place, there's no plan to house these people or to like provide them with like living conditions that every human has the right to. Like they don't have proper sanitation right now. They don't have access to water.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Ms. Villalobos? Let's give her 5 seconds to get back on. Ms. Villalobos, are you with us? Okay, so we're having a problem with the connection. My apologies, Ms. Villalobos. I certainly think that your comments were important, but we're going to have to move on. Madam Clerk, are there additional requests?
No other speakers.
Okay, that being said, the public comment period is now closed. And before I bring this item, well, let me bring this item back to the council before the chair requests a motion. Mr. Metzler, there were some stunning statements made that if the council were to approve this grant, it could be used for catered luncheons, transferred to different agencies, for the police department, raises, and paper. Could you please respond to that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would characterize those as misguided comments, not accurate with respect to the actual award of the grant. Interestingly, when we're awarded grants, they typically come with very strict guidelines as to how they can be expended. And in this particular case, those guidelines are going to be focused on what we applied for, which was using these funds for the ultimate intent of building a wellness and recuperative care center downtown. As Mr. Webb alluded, that project is a much bigger project in terms of cost. It's going to be close to $15 million. This is one of a variety of funding sources likely going to help us get there because we're in the initial stages of development. This is more likely to be funding what we would characterize as pre-development costs. That notwithstanding, getting back to the question, when awarded these funds, there's typically audits that go along with them upon closeout to ensure that in fact the monies have been spent as originally intended and required.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. At this point, the chair invites a motion.
Madam Mayor, I motion that the city council adopt resolution 21-001 and 21-004, authorizes the acceptance and the allocation of HHAP funds in the amount of $300,000, authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute all documents as deemed necessary to facilitate receipt and use the HHAP funds, and authorizing an amendment to an annual budget for fiscal year 2021 to reflect an additional appropriation of revenues and expenditures in the amount of $300,000.
Thank you. We have first by member Becerra. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. There's a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Both to take up the recommendation as set out on the agenda. With that said, we'll move to discussion as it relates directly to the pending motion. Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion, nothing.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
She spoke as a member of the public.
Yes, thank you very much. She's precluded from speaking as she spoke as a member of the public. All right, and the chair has no comments. The discussion is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has just adopted the recommendation as set out by staff on the agenda. All right, so council members, it's 9:30. Just as a friendly reminder, we can't take up any additional business after 10 o'clock without a motion. So let's see if we can move this along to the extent that we can. So now we're going to move to item number 18. This is the settlement agreement between the City of Victorville and Queenie Trong in regard to citation number 25850 and Superior Court case number CIVD SV 2026040. Just as a reminder, this was previously a closed session item, so please be judicious with any questions or remarks. Mr. Metzler or Mr. DeBornowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. Actually, these two items, item number 18 and item number 19, are very similar in nature. These are both settlement agreements that have been entered into, or we're proposing that the city enter into with respect to settling the fines related to illegal cannabis grows. Both of these agreements, the agreement number 18 and the item on number 19, are consistent with the direction previously that council has given us with respect to settling the cannabis grows. So we are recommending that the council approve these settlement agreements, again, consistent with your prior direction. Glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. DeBornowski, now in the past when I've facilitated meetings, when we've had a couple of items that are so closely related in terms of what we're kind of looking at, we've voted on them in one block. Is that something that we can do here tonight?
Certainly, you can handle both of these items as long as it's clear that the motion made is to approve both items, item 18 and 19, but you can have a discussion on both items all as one item if you so please.
Okay, so what is the council's pleasure? Would we like to treat them together, or do you want to deal with it separately?
I move we talk about them together and motion them together.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a first, and who was the second on that?
I was. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving. All right. Any comments on that?
Yes, so I'd like to continue. I think leaving them one by one allows the opportunity for people to jump in. If they miss number 18, they can always jump into 19. I'm for a people, and that's why I am suggesting this.
All right, so we do have a first and a second to treat both items together and vote on them as a block. We'll go ahead and take the vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye. All right, so now we're going to treat them both the same. So let me go ahead and read the title of number 19. It's a settlement agreement between the city of Victorville and Christopher Bonini in regard to code enforcement case number code 20-02010 and citation number 26324. And so Madam Clerk, it looks like the recommendation is the same on the both. So will you please read the recommendation?
That the city attorney's office recommends that city council accept and ratify the settlement agreements for 18 and 19.
Thank you. And
I
now
have a point of inquiry.
we don't have points of inquiry in Rosenberg's rules of order. Would you like to ask a question to resolve a confusion?
I would like to ask, since in the motion, we didn't ask the minutes to be cut down to 3, or it's not implicit that we get 6 minutes since we got it in a block, but I think that should have been stated clearly and it wasn't.
So yeah, because we're handling it in block, the same time limits apply because we're treating it as one chunk. So
Okay.
3 minutes. Yes, thank you. Good question, Councilmember
I
Gomez.
just, for next time, if we could just do that so that we
So
don't.
certainly if the chair would like advice, she'll ask for it. So, all right, so questions. And again, we need to be careful because these were closed session items previously. So be mindful of that, council members, beginning with Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, what is the definition and where can we find it in the municipal code where we define the term illicit?
Where are you referring to?
I'm referring to the report right in front of our agendas that we all have in front of us. I'm just questioning a term.
Illicit usually means that it's not consistent with law.
Okay. Because I know there's law that states that it's legal for individuals to grow. So I'm presuming that just the term illicit on this one made it something illegal. Because I know residents in their property can grow, but because it doesn't specify here, I don't want people to mistake it and say they can't grow legally because the state of California does grant. So I wanted clarification for what the illegal cannabis was, growing, finding things in residential property because this is all legalese.
Yes, people are allowed to grow, I believe it's up to 6 plants in a home. These are massive cannabis grows in residential areas that are inconsistent with city code and illegal under the city's municipal code.
Okay, and what is the code enforcement's role in terms of our provisions in municipal codes in regards to the 6 plants or what we're looking actually here, the illicit cannabis, since we said it's not 6 plants?
These typically involve hundreds of plants, and code enforcement, when they're alerted to these facilities, goes in along with the sheriff's department to close down these facilities. They usually have massive code violations. They are dangerous facilities, and again, they are illegal.
Okay, and then my next question is, since we're talking about dangerous conditions and it's not specified in this angle, could we say that the municipal code would speak to what dangerous consistencies of conditions would mean in properties that there's such illegal grows?
It's pretty clear in the municipal code as to what would constitute basically conditions that are inconsistent with the municipal code. We're talking about electricity, water hookups, electricity hookups, all of which do not meet not only city codes, but also state codes.
Okay, and in terms of the abatement, is there any federal dollars that come in to assist with things like this to the property owner and or to the city?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and the chair has none. At this point, we're going to go ahead and move to the public comment period. Madam Clerk.
Maggie Martin.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Ms. Martin, are you with us? I'm showing a microphone. There we
I
go.
forgot, I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute.
Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Give me just 1 second to start the timer because I've already timed it. So I know I have
So
plenty of
this is specific to the settlement agreements in 18 and 19.
My mistake. That's that happens when I try to multitask. No, I'm waiting for public comments. My apologies, council.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Madam Clerk, any further requests?
Romero Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, good evening. I'm reading these two settlement agreements between Queenie Trong and Christopher Bonini. Mr. Queenie Trong is being fined $49,420. First payment $4,262. Mr. Christopher Bonini is being fined $16,100. There's really nothing here. It's just the citation. I was there at the meeting when they passed this ordinance or this law, this rule for the city a year ago, or a couple of years ago, there at the city, and they just misconstrued everything. They wanted to, to create something to be able to obtain money from fines, but there's no pictures, there's no amount of plants. The lawyer said massive amounts of plants. It could be 10, it could be double, it could be 12 plants. I don't know what his interpretation of massive is. I'd like to know more. Also, I see the code enforcement signed by Mr. Jorge Duran. I don't know how resolute his signature is on there, seeing that, him being code enforcement, there's all these restaurants operating outside the law, allowing people to procreate and be, giant spreaders for the COVID. So they're more interested in finding people for growing plants than actually saving people from getting COVID. Why didn't you guys attach any more visuals of the house? What is also the reasoning for the fine of $42,000, $49,000 and $16,000? We'd like to see the pictures of inside the house. And is this money going to go to the general fund, or is it going to go to the police department? What are these fines basically going to? How's this revenue going to be dispersed? Other houses that have been also arrested, how many plants does it take to receive a fine of $49,000? I guess it's really information, because these houses are in $300,000-$400,000 houses. They're not your typical ghetto houses, or really in the ruins of Victorville. So how did this come about? So that's one of the things. There's nothing in the attachments says anything about the description of how this house, how these houses, how these fines came to be. That's very interesting. We'd like to know, as a public citizen, how these fines are added up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Dubort-Nowski, we're not allowed to comment on the particulars of litigation. Is that correct?
That's correct, and the information is available in the municipal code.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, any further comments?
Blanca Gomez.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez, commenting as an individual, not as a council member.
Hi, everybody. I'm Blanca Gomez, council member elected 2020, a two-time term. I want to make reference to
Councilmember
page
Gomez,
409.
excuse me, Ms. Gomez, will suspend. Madam Clerk, please stop the clock. It's incumbent upon the chair to state that Ms. Gomez is not speaking under the authority as a council member, no matter how many times that she says it. And she's not speaking on behalf of the council in any way when she speaks as a private citizen. Madam Clerk, please start the clock. Ms. Gomez, please proceed.
Blanca Gomez, council member elected 2020, representing the people here.
Okay,
today,
Ms. Gomez
speaking as
is
a public
refusing to
commenter.
obey the directives of the chair. Madam Clerk, kindly mute the audience member. I'm going to caution this audience member to no longer refer her to herself as an elected council member. She is speaking as a private citizen, not as an authority figure on the city council. If it happens once again, the chair withdraws recognition and we will move on. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please start the clock. Ms. Gomez, please proceed.
Yes, my name is Blanca Gomez and I am a council member, even if you don't want to recognize it. I'm
Okay,
speaking.
Madam Clerk, will you kindly, the chair withdraws recognition. Madam Clerk, will you kindly mute the member and remove the co-host status until so ordered to change it? It is inappropriate to not follow the directives of the chair, especially this member is quite familiar, her 5th year into this, as to what our policies and procedures are. Madam Clerk, are there any other requests to speak?
No other speakers.
Okay, thank you. Public comment period is now closed. The chair brings this item back to the dais. The chair invites a motion on items 18 and 19. And so the chair, it's appropriate for the chair to recommend a motion on this, that for both items 18 and 19, that the council take action in accordance with the settlement agreements laid out in both of those items. If a council member wants to move it, the council member is free to just say so moved. Madam Clerk, will you kindly restore audio to Council Member Gomez and her co-host status?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
Second.
Offers us first. We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving to adopt the settlement agreements as laid out on items 18 and 19. Is there discussion related to the motion on the floor, beginning with Member Becerra?
None.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
No, not.
Thank you. Mayor Jones has none. Councilmember Gomez is precluded from speaking as she attempted to speak as a member of the public. Discussion is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has taken action to adopt the recommendations set out on both items number 18 and 19. All right, and now we're going to move on to item number 20. This is the Southern California Association of Governments General Assembly representation. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is being brought back to correct an action undertaken at the December 15th, 2020 meeting and directly relating to the appointment of its General Assembly representation at SCAG. We had at that meeting relied on information that was posted to the website that turned out to be inaccurate, and we actually asked the mayor to unilaterally make appointments of these positions because, of course, that's what the information on the SCAG website was had been posted, or that's how it's been posted. However, upon further research, we were able to identify that, in fact, the SCAG bylaws suggested differently, and to the extent that that a city would like to have General Assembly representation at SCAG different than the regional council representation, that the city council be the body that actually appoints the primary and alternate members for the General Assembly. So with that, this would effectively be an attempt to perfect our action and to be consistent with the SCAG bylaws.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler, and thank you for bringing this to us so that we can correct an inadvertent error. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
Any action is at the discretion of the City Council.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, Mr. Metzler, correct me if I'm wrong, we're just looking to make these appointments now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so with that said, the chair invites a motion to conduct the appointment process much as we did in our our last regular meeting for outside agencies, and then prior to that at the organizational meeting, whereas we vote on nominations rather than motions. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, a second by Member Becerra to use the same appointment process that we used in the meetings that I named just a moment ago. Are there any comments on the pending motion?
Yes, I disagree with the process and I move to reconsider having this when you have the 5th council member since she was appointed as a delegate.
Okay, so the council member is not able to, this is not the proper use of reconsideration, and we have this item before us, we have a quorum, and we're able to go ahead and take action. So we have a first and a second. So Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote on that?
Yes. Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
I have a point of clarification as to what we're doing.
Member Gomez, thank you. There's no such thing as a point of clarification in Rosenberg's rules of order. Does the member wish to be recognized to ask a question to resolve a confusion?
Based on parliamentary procedures, which is what we also follow, yes, I would like to be recognized.
Certainly the member is recognized to ask a question.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit confused as to what, would you mind repeating what you said about the motion?
Okay, so the motion that's presently before us is as it relates particularly to how we're going to make these appointments, what process we're going to use. So we're going to, if this passes, we're effectively going to use the same process that we used in the organizational meeting and the last meeting in December when we made all of those appointments to the outside agencies and so forth. So it's just to follow that same practice.
Okay, so I have a follow-up question to that.
As long as it's to resolve a confusion, it's not being abused, certainly.
It's not for being abused. What I'm trying to understand is how, if we did that Rosenberg study workshop and I'm asking for a motion to reconsider and that's a substitute motion, why aren't we voting for it? How is that out of order?
Sure. Councilmember Gomez did not make a substitute motion. Council members spoke to reconsideration, which is a completely different element in Rosenberg's rules of order.
Oh yeah, I made a motion to reconsider.
Okay, well, Councilmember Gomez, there's nothing to reconsider. This is a motion before us now that we have a quorum and the council can take it up. Is council member talking about tabling this item?
Well, I'm asking if I already made a motion to reconsider and that's a substitute motion that would take priority based on our policies that we're following.
Sure. So the chair rules the motion out of order because it's not a proper motion for reconsideration. So now moving on, Madam Clerk, kindly take the vote as to the appointment procedure for this evening.
Councilmember Gomez.
What was the motion again?
Madam Clerk.
This is the motion on the floor to proceed with the process that they took on December 16th for the nominees.
I understand. No.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
So we're going to be using the appointment process this evening that we used at the organization meeting and the meeting in January for the appointments to outside agencies. So with that said, the chair opens up we're looking for a delegate and an alternate. So the chair is going to open up nominations for the delegate positions. Are there any nominations?
Madam Mayor, I nominate Mayor Jones.
Thank you. Mayor Jones accepts. Are there any other nominations? There being no other nominations, let me ask once again, are there any other nominations?
Yes, I nominate Rita Ramirez.
Ms. Ramirez is not here to accept the nomination, so we're going to move on. So any
Okay, I
further
nominate
nominations?
myself. Yeah, nominate myself.
Thank you. Member Gomez is nominated. Further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, the nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Who am I voting for?
Yes.
Jones.
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye. For myself, I'm not voting for Jones.
Yeah, so just say your name, right? That's
Well,
the
then
process.
so if you can be clear, I just confused. I heard Becerra, so I'm like, are we voting? Can you?
No,
There
so-
needs to be
I
order.
said Jones. I said Jones. Pay attention.
Right,
Pick up.
right. You did
Member
say Jones.
Becerra is out of order. Okay, so Member Gomez, are you voting for yourself?
Well, what's the process? I don't understand. So you were nominated. Becerra said, "What are we doing?" And then she
Okay,
said
so
Jones.
let the chair resolve this. We're now taking the vote on who the appointment is going to be as the delegate. And so when each person's name is called by the clerk, the council member states the name of the person she wishes to sit in that seat.
Okay.
So Member Becerra voted for the chair. And so Councilmember Gomez, if you're voting for yourself, please state your name.
I vote for myself.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Jones gains the majority vote.
So Mayor Jones is appointed as the delegate. Now we're going to take up the appointment for the alternate on this. And Chair opens the nomination period. Are there any nominations?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you. Member Becerra is nominated, or does Member Becerra accept the nomination?
I accept the nomination.
Member Becerra is nominated. Further nominations? Once again, further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, the nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Myself.
Councilmember Gomez.
None of them.
Councilmember Gomez abstains.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Councilmember Becerra.
Mayor Jones.
Councilmember Becerra.
And I don't abstain. It's no.
Councilmember Becerra has the majority vote.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, Member Gomez wishes to make her vote no. We could record that way. Thank you. So congratulations, Member Becerra is appointed as the alternate. All right, moving on to item 20, we have, we just finished item 20, my goodness. All right, so now we have, we've actually concluded the business for the evening, and council members, we can do several things here. We can just take the public comment period and dispense with the rest of the items, or we can complete the agenda. What's your pleasure?
We need to complete the agenda.
Okay, so Councilmember Gomez would like to complete the agenda. Anybody else want to chime in on that?
I think we should take the public comments and then adjourn.
Okay, so now we have two different thoughts. So can I have a motion as to what we would like to do? We do have to, no matter what, do the public comment period. The question is going to be public comment period alone and dispense with the other items, or the public comment period as well as the other agenda items. So may I have a motion?
I make a motion to stay doing all the items as we would normally do.
Okay, is there a second? There being no second, the motion dies. Is there another motion?
I move that we take public comments and adjourn the meeting.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem moves to take public comments, then adjourn the meeting. Is there a second?
I second.
There is a second on that. And so is there any discussion as to the pending motion? Okay, hearing no discussion, Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to the public comments section, and then we're going to adjourn. So Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes. First is Maggie Martin.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
One moment, Madam Mayor, I'm scrolling. Okay, one second. Okay, so Madam Mayor, I'm speaking directly to you. Obviously, the council and the public can hear it, but I'm going to read, I guess, what you might call an open letter to a council member. So it goes like this. Dear Ms. Gomez, I'm going to speak to you regarding a few things. It's my hope you will listen with an open mind.
Okay, Ms.
During
Martin,
a
can I,
fairly re-
Ms. Martin, I'm going to pause you for just a moment, just on a technicality. Madam Clerk, please stop the clock. So I know that you want to read a letter. That's what it sounds like to me, but please address the entire council.
I did at the onset say I'm speaking
Yeah,
to
I
you.
just
and
want to
of
make
course
sure,
the rest of the council
I
can
just
hear.
want to make sure that we're very clear. Thank you.
I need to make sure that you all understand who I'm speaking to. That's all I'm doing.
You're
During a
speaking
fairly
to,
recent
Ms. Martin, I apologize. You are speaking to the council, but you can, if you would like
I
to
meant
share
about.
a letter. Okay.
I'm sorry. My apologies. Many apologies, Madam Mayor. Okay, thank you. During a fairly recent council meeting, you stated that you didn't have a mother, father, uncle, sister, or brother to turn to, which I understand. I'm sorry for that, truly, but I was very impressed with your open display of emotion. You have a sincere and genuine part to your personality, and I'm thinking you should use that charm to further your wishes before the council. As the saying goes, quote, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar, end quote. Your voting record is pretty abysmal, clearly not using your honey. I will suggest to you, however, that you privately solicit the wisdom, knowledge, and experiences of your fellow council members. That would be much more productive than just listening to one of your audience constituents, either to please him or fulfill his personal agenda. Remember when we both attended on the first Saturday of January 2019, the feeding of the homeless at the Little House on 6th Street? We had a truly lovely conversation outside in the freezing cold. It was mostly girl talk. It concerned me that when I reached for your hands, you were wary of my intentions. When you asked, I said, quote, because you're cold. Actually, we were both cold. However, later when you were eating inside the Little House, you wouldn't speak to me nor even make eye contact with me. I supposed that you didn't want your homeless constituency to see that. I actually thought you were a lot tougher than that, Blanca. Outside, I mentioned horchata, and you told me how to prepare it. Then when you left, when you were supposed to stay to help out, and you started walking, yes, I watched you. One moment, I'm sorry. Bear with me. Yes, I watched you walk to Evadale Park, where you had no business being on foot by yourself. You were gone for several hours, leaving your daughter behind with Manuel Muscas. I watched as he called you several times, no answer. All three of us were concerned about your safety, and your daughter became quite anxious. I then went looking for you down by the park and a couple of blocks around the Little House. You were nowhere to be found. Lastly, concerning your daughter, I had a conversation with Julio this past Saturday. He said your daughter is.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Madam Clerk, any additional comments?
The next speaker is Blanca Gomez.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez.
Yes, so I wish not to be interrupted. I don't ever yield my time to any of you, and I've been rudely interrupted and disrespected by being interrupted by the chair on many occasions. I don't appreciate that. I'm sure if she had someone that reigned just as she did, she would just be just as much as upset as people who are being interrupted when they have 3 minutes. They don't need your interruption or your thought interruption. You're the chair. You're supposed to facilitate decorum and professionalism, not take and usurp power like you have been doing. You're not a very good person when you're doing this. A lot of us see beyond that. And when you cite Penal Code 403, what you're doing to the public is you're trying to scare them that they're going to be ousted. None of us are scared of you. You can never do anything to any of us to cause any fear. The matter that you have is an administration that could just block and mute. It doesn't penetrate through the skin. It's only skin deep. Just like your lips are fake and your eyes are too, it's the same thing. We all see through that. So stop interrupting us. Let us complete our thoughts. Just because you're the chair doesn't mean you're going to usurp power. We're not going to let you keep taking control of our lives. And we're going to use public comments as we see fit. And I'm going to be Councilwoman Blanca Gomez, whether you like it or you do not like it, how many times you repeat it, it doesn't matter. There's documentation saying that I took the oath. And when I speak, I'm still Blanca Gomez and I'm still a sitting council member. So it doesn't matter how much you want to make it an utterance or a fight, it's still there. It doesn't matter. You can repeat it as many times and tell people to block me. You're not hurting me at all. You just make me voice my concerns even more legitimate to the people. And I'm addressing all of you, single you, anything that means you. Also, when it comes to accepting, you can see Leslie Irvin took Mayor Pro Tem because she got a vote so that she can get everybody in so that you could be, anyways, we all see it. You're playing the game and it's all three of you doing it. You're not in the best interest of the people. Remember that. We're watching you. It doesn't matter if we're white, Asian, African-American, Latino, Latinas, we're watching your games. You're not representing a community. You're representing a personal interest. Remember, 3 minutes are for us to speak. It's to speak our mind. You can't keep interrupting and saying, talk about the grant. No, you're not talking about the grant. We are. We don't just speak like you speak. Remember, we're all diverse. We're different. We use sentences differently as well. And we hope that you continue to respect our voice because a democracy includes all of us, whether it's a minority or a majority voice. Just because you were appointed by 2 other colleagues doesn't mean the electorate approves of what you're doing. They're watching you. Remember, they're watching you through me and through everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Madam Clerk.
J2 Pure? Galaxy J2?
Hi, yes, my name is Karima Abdul-Kabir, and I'm here to address the homeless issue, which I think should be on every agenda until our 500 unhoused people have housing. So looks like we're in 2 years, we may be getting some housing for homeless, which is great. But right now we have a crisis along with the global pandemic, and we need to not kick out people from whatever little housing they have managed to get, such as the Paiute and Cottonwood camps. I've been out there many times and met the residents, and they are, trying hard to survive. And so the city needs to work. I don't know if the city owns the property there, but we need to find a solution where they have access to water and the basic things that they need to survive. So I urge the city not to move out the residents on the corner of the Paiute and Cottonwood camps, and to, a lot of people have been illegally dumping there, and to not punish the residents at that camp for people's illegal dumping. So thank you guys. Have a good one.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Derek Marshall.
Welcome again, Mr. Marshall.
Hey everyone, thanks. Yeah, just echoing what Karima said and what I was talking about before. I've been out at the camps the last couple of weeks, and I was speaking to one of the unhoused residents. Her name was Joy, and we shared a really profound moment. She was telling me about her stage 4 cancer, and she was then sharing that she was friends with this woman in her 40s who passed away and froze to death a couple of weeks ago. And that really stuck with me on Saturday, or Saturday, as I went over to the Paiute and Cottonwood camps and saw the notice of the pending eviction. And what I've noticed in my times that I've been out at the camps and having spoken to a lot of different folks is that a lot of these people that are out here, a lot of the unhoused residents, they're there because they're not able to get housing. So either they have a conviction, or they've had an eviction before, they're having and really struggling to get some type of housing. And the vast majority of people that I've spoken to are on social media, they have Facebook profiles, and they really are citizens of our community. And I'm just concerned that if the city moves forward with this eviction tomorrow at Paiute and Cottonwood, that first of all, it's very cold right now. And second of all, I think that it's the wrong move at this particular time. I think that we have to, there needs to be a place for folks to go before we just willy-nilly move for evicting people, especially on the grounds of trash and infestation, given that there's a lot of dumping that's happening at this particular location, as evidenced by tires and boilers and broken flat screen TVs, which is very clearly not brought in by these citizens. So yeah, it's just something I think that we should all maybe be a little bit mindful of as we come up with plans. I think that we all agree that we want to come up with a solution. We all agree that we want to get rid of trash and we want to take care of some of these things. But I think it's really, really important that we make smart choices with regards to our unhoused population. Anyway, thank you very much. My 2 cents for what it's worth.
It's worth a lot. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Madam Clerk.
Romero Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yeah, we get to hear wonderful people really that are worried and really think of others rather than themselves. Unfortunately, to those people that care for the homeless people, care for the people they're not as well off as some of the people here. They don't have $10,000 a month jobs answering phones or $6,000 a week jobs doing whatever they do. But the thing is, a lot of money has been mismanaged and misused. Getting back to what I asked to begin with about the grant money, it says that right there, they never answered the question. They just dance around it and said, no, we're going to use it. We're going to build a $15 million thing, but those $300,000 are unbudgeted. They can be used for subsidies for the wellness centers. It doesn't have to spend, doesn't mean they're going to build anything. They said they're going to build $15 million homeless center. Hell, we could have built 2 of them with all the fines we spent the city on for the SEC for the fraud case. And God knows how much money is being spent right now on litigation and payouts for the guys that got bamboozled out of more money. So if we sound a little tipped, we're not happy. Just because you look like us, you sound like us, you have the same last names as us, doesn't mean you represent us. A lot of people, we saw right now, everything was done to discredit one of our own. I mean, they sent 50,000 flyers, everything, the white powers people, whatever, they were there trying to recall her and everything. That didn't help nothing. You know what happened? The people still voted for her because she represents us. And it's not us, it's the people that really represent. She represents the homeless people. She's out there looking for them and enrolling them to make sure to wake up and give them food. She just doesn't give them rights for 2 weeks before they vote, so people see them as a person, just, oh, she's giving rights to homeless people. Yeah, just 2 weeks before the election. After that, good luck. She's not fake. And the people that are here speaking about the homeless situation are not fake. We have people that have been up there for too long thinking that they run the city. The city should be done by people we elect. But people think they own the city, they represent the people, not represent the city. And we've been seeing that. And just because you look a certain way doesn't mean you represent the city. You might live here, but you really don't live here. You just have an address here. And think about it. and answer the questions next time when we ask them. That money is 300,000. Good luck finding them.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Madam Clerk.
Valentine Godina.
Mr. Godina.
Yes. I would like to speak, and I would like not to interrupt Mr. Metzler's very busy concentration on what we're saying and what we have to say. Now, I know a lot of you, and I know that most of you serve in the best interest of the community, but you don't have the heart of a servant for the community. Some of you don't have that heart. Some of you have the heart for yourselves. And if you continue to have that heart for yourself, you're in the wrong place. We just talked about millions of dollars right now, but we cannot find anything to help the library. The library has been closed and barricaded. We cannot invest $1 million for that road to make it accessible to the public, but we can find $2 million for the skate park that benefits your friends who were running for city council, McEachron and Negrete. That doesn't benefit me as a resident. That doesn't benefit anybody as a resident. What benefits me as a resident, what benefits us as a resident is that damn road to the library. $1 million. You can find millions of dollars for everything else except for the benefit of our community. If you're not going to work for the benefit of our community, what are you doing there? Why are you there? I know you're better people than that. Metzler, I've seen you. I know that you're a good person because we've been out in the soccer fields together. Bring out your heart of a servant, or please remove yourself from there. You have not been speaking for us for a very long time. We did not elect you, but you have managed to put yourself in the position to direct our city and our money to your benefit. Benefit us, not yourself. You can do it. You've done it before, and that's how you got there. And you have the heart of a servant. Bring it back out. If you can find $2 million for a skate park for your friends, you can find $1 million for us, the residents, to restore the entrance to our library. Stop barricading it. Now, talking about the homeless, you pick and choose what camps you're going to close, what homeless people you're going to target and evict. I don't agree with you targeting and evicting the homeless people that we've been talking about. We have homeless people at the library, but you have not addressed that. Address the library. That's your job.
Time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Godina. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Gavin C.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to reiterate what Karima and Derek have said on behalf of the homeless. And I would also like to iterate that the homeless on the encampment of Paiute and Cottonwood have not had adequate facilities for hygiene. They do not have adequate porta potties or other necessary hygiene facilities. And at a time like this, especially during a global pandemic, that is next to death. I would also like to invite the mayor to join us tomorrow at 7 a.m. at the encampment on Cottonwood and Paiute, if you would so kindly.
Thank you for the invitation. I'll check my schedule.
And indeed, I do wish to iterate that there is a lot that our community needs to be doing for our homeless. It is deadly cold out there. People are starving. And we need to be doing more for our community. If there's anything that you can do for our homeless, the allocation of funds, the maybe not doing away with any encampments, please try to help if you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is calling from Galaxy A11.
Hi, my name is Cecilia, and I'm also reiterating about the homeless situation here in Victorville. In particularly going back to the appalling efforts that the city is trying or not trying to do for the homeless. In particular, I've been out helping the encampments for over a year now. The encampments had washing facilities, hand facilities, they had porta potties, they had potable water, and it was all taken away. So they're not even, the city's not even following the CDC guidelines that's recommended for any kind of hand washing or any kind of bathroom facilities. The city of Victorville has given the encampments cardboard boxes and plastic liners so the individuals can defecate in those liners, which then they go take over to the dumpster. I really find it appalling that human feces is being spread into the containers, and I guess the city of Victorville thinks that that's okay. I'm wondering if we should just go get those lovely packages and those lovely containers and go take them to the city's dumpster. I wonder how you guys would like it. In any case, the city of Victorville is failing their citizens by treating the homeless people like animals. They need some decency and some kind of life that the city is not offering them. So the city needs to step up. You guys are terrible.
Thank you, Madam. Madam Clerk.
Those are all the speakers.
Thank you. So with that said, the public comment period is closed, and there being no further business as we voted before us tonight, this meeting is adjourned.